Oh, oh, there you are. It's stream 188. And hey there, Nui. I think we're going to have a special guest this morning because someone is scratching at the door to be let in. And so I'll be right back to show you who it is. Okay, you ready? It's not who you think it is. It's Doggo. It's Doggo. Hello. Doggo wanted to be let in. Not Kitty. All right. I kind of ran out of time this morning because I haven't yet posted to Discord. So why don't I go ahead and just do that right now while I'm streaming? Because that makes a lot of sense. I have to do this thing where I take the link out of OneNote and paste it here temporarily because Discord gets confused and thinks I'm trying to paste an image to Discord. Let me just post in here. Today I'll be, what am I doing today? Oh, trying to actually get free movement. So I'll be trying for the second day to get free movement and collisions into my game. And there's the link. So I just posted it. So yeah, last time I had this on my plan, and then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I won't be able to paint outside the current bounds unless I can move my camera, which means I have to have some kind of presence or anchor point around which to render the tiles. So I said, oh, I'll just get this out of the way. And this ended up taking more than 4 hours, so I ran out of time doing this. Actually, after the stream yesterday, I went back and I'm like, oh, I designed that really badly, and I actually went and redesigned it. Hey there, Develop It. How are you doing? Let me do a little wave for you as well. So yeah. Actually, hold on a second. Hide my camera for a second. There we go. All right. So yeah, I didn't finish this yesterday. And whoops, I didn't mean to move it around. So I am finishing that today. And show you where I left off. Actually, let me get my Chrome up and running. Yeah, progress yesterday was sort of strange. Like I was saying, I didn't have this line in the plan, so I was going to do this, and I'm like, oh, I can't start on that until I do this, and then that took all day. I didn't finish. So I'm finishing that today. Let me log into the game, see what's going on. Just sort of see what kind of shenanigans are going on there right now. Okay, I need to go to find my keys. Find my digital keys. There's my digital key. Nui and Develop It out in the ocean there, and there are like 3 cacti. Cacti indeed. All right. So, actually I have this on the wrong window. I wanted that to be incognito. So let me log out of this one. Put the incognito window on instead. And this one I want to show the local server, which is a different key. This one. Okay, so I broke things. Can you see what I broke last night? It should be apparent if I log in with this tab. So you can see the world as a normal player, but the admin lost their view because I redesigned how the admin presence works. Instead of getting a login eventing and getting sent all the tiles, now the admin has to actively create a presence, a camera, so to speak. And I have the camera entities being created. So I can show you if I refresh here and I go into any one of these sockets, it creates... oh no, I commented it out. Okay, so we won't see it there. But we have to create a camera entity, and then we should start to see the world again. So I was going to work on that today. I know why. I commented it out because it was creating 3 of them because we're connected to all 3 servers. And I wanted a more clean way of doing this. So I want to have only 1 camera in the world at a time. But the camera I had designed so that it automatically gets destroyed when you disconnect. So I have to basically, during the connection-disconnection life cycle of these connections, I have to make a camera if we don't have one, only for one of the connections. And then if that one connection goes down, we have to go to a different connection and make a new camera. So that's what I'm working on today to start with. If I get that done, then we'll be able to move the camera and paint beyond the bounds that we currently see here. And then once I get the ability to paint the bounds, then I want to do this showing the character in the center and move the world around them. And we should be able to like basically remove the invisible barrier and extend the world to however large we want to make it. And if I get that to work, then I'm going to add the collision mechanics. Probably start adding walls so that people can't wander off into the void beyond or walking over water and such things. That's what my goal is today. And then probably I'll need this teleport command for people who get stranded out in the water, like develop it. Who, once I have the collision system in place, won't be able to move at all because you'll be not able to swim and you'll be stuck in the water. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind development, I'm sorry. If you don't move, then in a day or 2, you should be stuck. And then this is the command I'll use to rescue you. Oh, you spawn in the center because I haven't pushed that last update to production yet. So the production environment's a little bit behind. I could push the current... Oh, this window. I could push this into production, where it just remembers where you are, but I figured I'll push it along with the update that censors the camera and lets you move around further. Just put those both into the next release. Yeah. Okay, so let's work on this. We're done with that file. Player console source. So how do I want to do this? I want there to be in the reducer something that tracks... I actually already had this. I had a current entity. If you do it then, you won't have to teleport anybody because they'll spawn in the center. That's true. That's another reason to wait until I push it out. So just for kicks, develop it. Once I get the collision stuff in place, I will teleport you into the water so you can experience being stuck. And then I'll rescue you. How about that? It's all for testing, right? You can test what happens if you get into the water and can't move. Okay, so here's where I'm going to store the entity. Actually, let's give this a special name. We'll call it the camera entity. And then instead of having the reducer do that, because there's one generic way of creating temporary entities, and the camera could be one of many, I think I want middleware to intercept it and then reflect back a different one. We'll do a reflect camera entity. We'll invent that one. Camera entity. And... oh, this is my attempt to give it a position. Yes, so let's actually call it camera position. Camera position. All right. Oh, I need to put it in alphabetical order now. Camera. Up here. Okay, so let's define this action. reflect camera position. Itchy. Okay, so I need middleware to deal with the temporary entities. I need something. I think it'll be the trigger is in these connections that the middleware deals with game connection. So when we are connected or disconnected from the game, not disconnect from game, but when we are disconnected, how does that happen? Reflect server disconnected, reflect server connected. So that's perfect. So in reflect server connected, actually that's not good enough. It has to be after we've authenticated. But for server disconnected, that's the perfect place. So if I just remember in this reducer which server the camera's attached to, then I can clear it out when we get disconnected from that server. So camera server and just 0, I guess. And then I'll intercept reflect server disconnected. Put it in alphabetical order. Okay, I already have a server disconnected. This is perfect. So I'll have camera server. Depends on if we were connected at all. So if the camera server previously is the server we just got disconnected from, then camera server gets reset back to 0. Otherwise, it stays what it was. And I'll have the middleware that establishes the camera monitor that. So that's that. Now, do I have an action for when we're done authenticating? I actually don't think I do, so I'll need to add one. Here's where it happens. The challenge is answered here, but I don't dispatch anything except for send to game. I think what I want to do is take all of these out and put it into another action. Reflect. There's reflect server connected. How about reflect server admin authenticated? And then I need to record the ID of that server. So let's make that a new action. Reflect server admin. Okay, here. Reflect server admin authenticated. Okay, so that all of these things which are subscriber stuff, that should go into the admin middleware. So let's handle it there. Actually just copy from here and put it here. I think I just need dispatch. Oh, I need the action too, right? Because that has the ID in it. Alright, and then I'm basically moving all of these here and putting something else. So all these things where we subscribe to that server to receive notifications for things. Let me make sure that that doesn't break. So to tell if it broke, I would look at the network connections. Yeah, and see that we do the subscribe. So I could also look at the Redux events to make sure it did what I thought. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Reflect server connected. Send to game the auth response. Oh, these are mixed together. So really it's this server connected. Oh, why is it out of order? Why are we doing send to game and then reflect server connected? These are like out of order to me. Anyway, I think the real order is reflect server connected, which causes a send to game to authenticate. We receive the challenge, The challenge is there. We authenticate by sending, okay, that's to a different server. Yeah, okay, let's just look at the ones for server 12. So the next one for server 12 is down here. Send to game the authentication response. Reflect server authenticated, which then triggers these subscribes. Cool, all right, so it looks good. So in addition to this, what I think I'll do is we'll check to see if we have a camera yet. If not, we're going to set up to request a temporary entity for that connection. All right, so I need the state for that. So we're going to say if get state admin camera entity in the negatory, no camera entity, then we're going to, the naive thing would be to just request it, which is create temporary entity. The problem with that is if this reflect server admin authenticated happens for the next server and we haven't yet gotten a temporary entity, so the camera entity is still null, that it'll request a second one. So I need to only do this once. So I think I need another piece of state to track whether or not we've requested a camera. So let me put that into the admin reducer. Let's say camera entity requested. And we'll add that to this. So if there's no camera entity and we haven't requested one, camera requested, camera entity requested, then I need to dispatch, I think I should dispatch two things. One to set this and then request it. So dispatch actions reflect camera entity requested. A lot of actions, don't you think? These are very lightweight things, and they make a nice log in the Redux debug tool, so I don't actually mind having lots and lots of actions. Famous last words though, right? I'll probably regret it at some point and say, why did I make so many dang actions? Okay, I need to go to the reducer. Okay, now the kitty is yelling at me. Everyone's yelling at me today. Okay, here. I did feed you. Oh, maybe I didn't. I didn't feed the kitty. He knows. He knows I didn't feed him. Yeah. I call it yelling because, I mean, he meows, but it's a really loud meow, like, meow! Like not his normal one. And I'm like, oh, okay, he's yelling at me. Okay, that's a true there. The other thing I want to do is if we get disconnected from the server, and that's the one we had requested, we should say that we're not waiting for one anymore. So that's reflect server disconnected again. Right? So we can say this, if, okay, I need to record the server number 2. Yeah, okay, I need to remember that. If that's the server we're getting a camera from, this becomes false. Otherwise, it doesn't change. Right, so up here, reflect camera entity requested, I'll need to have an ID to it. So it'll be camera server is action ID. So where was that? Should be here somewhere. There it is. So I need to have here in here the ID. So this will go to the reducer, which will say, okay, we are requesting one from that server, so that if we get disconnected, it can put it back to false if we get disconnected from that server. Otherwise, we formally request it this way, and then I need to handle when we get the entity back, and that is, actually we'll see it now, right? If I look at this, I should see it if I refresh. Hey there, Poker, how's it going? I am catching up doing work I didn't expect I needed to do, which was to finish this work from yesterday to establish an admin presence camera and anchor point so that I can move around in the world and not be stuck in the center. Okay, let's look at the network for this. So one of these should have, here it is, the request to create a temporary entity. It comes back as, here is your temporary entity 570. And actually looks like I'm creating a component for that. So that means you should see in this window over here that there's an admin. Hey, look at that. There's an admin. Let's go kill the admin. Oops, we can't. We have no weapons. We always appear underneath the admin, which is on purpose, because I want the admin to always be on top. Okay, so I actually had code in there, I guess from yesterday, where when the temporary entity is created, we go and add a tile and a position. So I need to go find out where that code is and change it. Reflect temporary entity, that's what it is. So let's search for that. Okay, it was in the admin, so here it is. Right, okay. So we're going to change this a bit. I need to capture this in the reducer because we need to actually store the camera entity there. What happens if two admins step on the same square? Then the zone implodes, yes. Not the whole server though, just the zone that the admin was in. Okay, so reflect temporary entity. Okay, reflect temporary entity. Okay. Let's start the usual way. And here's the trick. It will be camera entity requested. It depends. The conditions are, is this the server that we're dealing with the camera with? I need to make sure that there's an ID for that temporary entity too. That would be in the server messages, right? Yes, so I need to include the ID here. ID is in the message, so ID is message.id and then the entity. Okay, good. So if it's that and camera entity requested, actually then maybe it's easier to read if we do that. If we requested a camera entity and this is the matching server, then we know that it's the camera entity. So I'll reuse this logic in a bunch of places. If that's true, then we're no longer requesting an entity, so it's false. Otherwise, we leave it alone. Okay, that's one. The next would be the camera entity itself. Same logic, but instead of false, it is action.entity, right? Entity. Otherwise, we leave it alone. And I think that's it. So if we get the entity back, we're storing it in camera entity, and we're saying we're no longer requesting one. So that if we get another one, it won't overwrite camera entity. I can use this mechanism for requesting temporary entities for different things. Actually, to make it more clean, I should have like a queue of entities that we're waiting for, right? For every server. Right now, we only need one temporary entity, so maybe I'll handle that later. Okay, so we have a camera entity. Now, what happens when we get disconnected? It should clear the camera entity. It does not, so I need to add that. Camera entity. Yeah, this would be going back to 0, otherwise keeping it the same, right? Okay. Now reflect server disconnected. I want to get my camera back by picking a server again. So I should catch this in middleware as well. Reflect server disconnected. I think what we'll do is we'll just try to pick another server. If there isn't one, then we wait until one is connected and then we pick it. Okay, so we're gonna put it here. Let's collapse that. So I don't really need anything from the action. I'm just going to be looking at the state and maybe dispatching some things. Okay, so essentially I want to look at what servers we have connected, and that's in the admin reducer, right? Servers connected. So if servers connected, how does this work? I always forget this stuff. I forget it, so I gotta look it up. I'm gonna look it up in dev docs. So this is our array. And how do I get the, here we go. I want the prototypes. Length, yes. And that is a property, so I don't need to call anything. So if it's length, there's no empty, right? It's just length. So length equals 0. Then we can't do anything. Otherwise, we should just pick one arbitrarily and try to connect to it. So that's this. So really, let me make another action that encaps. I have like actions that go to actions, which go to actions, but I kind of I like it. We will pick one. Actually, I can just do it this way. Dispatch actions request camera entity. And then the ID will be servers connected 0. Just the first one, arbitrarily. Hey there, Chalmega. How you doing? So yet another action. Request camera entity. Request. Here we go. FD God, how are you doing? FD God. And you're not the only FD God, you're the 92nd FD God, apparently. Just like I'm the 8,354th Raimu. You didn't know there were so many Raimus, did you? Okay, request camera entity, we can have that come back here to the admin stuff, why not? Request camera entity. Just giving a home for this logic that we had. So that we need action ID and dispatch. Okay, and let's bookmark that. Let me clear out my old bookmarks. Okay. It's this up here. So that kicks it off by just requesting it from the first one we connect to. So this is the code that will actually do the request there. All right. So we'll get a camera entity on the first connection, and then if we disconnect from that one, it'll just pick one at random. So the third thing would be if we couldn't get a new one because we weren't connected to anything anymore, because it went through this path, then on the very next connection, I guess then it ends up picking it up at this place, right? We don't have one, we're not requesting one, so that should actually work now. Let me test this. Oh, looks like I have some compiler errors. Servers connected is not defined in 269. Oh, yeah, that's get state admin servers connected. Let's make a local variable. Let's do that, and then I can shorten it. All right, so it should have requested one from that first connection. Yes. And this one is which server? 8088, which is 12. So if I were to disrupt server 12 by disconnecting it, it should then go and request an entity from a different server, right? Let me test that. Go to details. Let's just kill server 12. This one. So it's dead. If it get disconnected, it should have requested an entity from a different server now. It did twice. Why did it do it twice? And why is it sending these out? Huh. Okay, I have to look at the Redux state for this. There are even more atoms. Which atoms are you talking about, Develop It? Got default values for template parameters to work. Well, except for an exception to the default rules, normally params with default values need to be at the end of the template, but the exception allows params without a default after it when those params can be inferred. Oh, Adam 13531. You didn't know about Adam 13531? Botland Adam? Play.bot.land? Automation, a strategy game with the focus on automation. Try it out if you haven't seen it. So many atoms. Yes, I know at least 3 atoms. I know Botland Atom, I know Art Atom, and UX Atom. Out of context now. Am I taking it out of context? There are a lot of atoms, or at least those 3. Okay, I'm gonna look at Redux state to see what the heck went on here. Okay, so I have a feeling like we lost a bunch of state here because it goes straight from init to receive message. That's okay. So here's the disconnect. Disconnected from 12. So we said, okay, we need a camera. Then we say, okay, we're going to request one from server 11. It sends to game create temporary entity from server 11. We receive a message back saying, here's your entity. So we can say, okay, there's our entity. And then the other part of the code, which I haven't touched yet, creates a tile and a position. And then we receive back some versions from server 11. I don't know why we're receiving server versions, but okay. Oh, Adam Art. Okay, but what do we call Adam C Units then? I guess we'll call him Insignia Adam. After the name of his game. And thanks for the follow, Grossel Gore. Adam Art, yes. Adam Unity? That'll be true until Botland Adam starts using Unity, and they'll be like, uh-oh, to change Adam Unity's name. Okay, yeah, it's commingling some of the messages from the other servers here. Oh, that's interesting. We got 2 disconnects. Maybe, okay, that might be why. We're getting 2 server disconnects for some reason. Why am I getting 2 server disconnects? What does the server show? Connection broken, server 12 died, launching server 12 again. Okay, yeah, there's nothing, I'm not logging anything on the server end. I guess I could. Okay, yeah, something is telling it to request a camera entity when it already has one. That's the problem. This pesky leader thing. Okay, there's more information here, actually. Oh. Opened, closed again, and then opened again. How did it... Oh, opened, and we couldn't connect, and so we got it closed even though it wasn't open. Okay, that's a problem. I think what happened here is it still thought we had a camera with server 12 because the first time we got disconnected, it only removed 12 from the list of servers connected. It didn't clear out the camera server number. This should have changed it though. Okay, yeah, it did put it to 11. So why would a disconnect from 12 cause it to ask for an entity again? Huh. I should look at the state when we get to this server disconnected. Let's see. Admin. Yeah, it says we're requested one from 11. Oh, did I never put that back to false? Because we got one up here. Oh. Yeah, it still says that we requested one. And this I never cleared either. Hold on. I'm confused. I feel like this reflect server disconnected should, if we had an entity, maybe this is the first entity. Let me see. No, it says the states are equal. Yeah, on all of these, the state is we already had an entity. What's camera entity set, or camera server set to? It's not set at all. Okay, that's a problem. There it gets set. Yeah, okay, there's a problem with the camera server. Let's search for that. Let me see it from scratch. It flows by too fast. I need to have it capture more. I think I'm gonna have to look at the console. Yeah, it flows by too fast and we lose it. There are too many actions. Wonder if there's a way to increase the memory. Number of actions. Oh, here we go. Limit. Yeah, let's go. Let's go to 9,000. How high can I make it go? Can I do 500? Yeah, there we go. 500 instead of 50. Yes, please. Can I has more? Good. Now we're not losing any data. Okay, cool. So I can see here. What's the state? No server. We requested one. Eventually we get it back. Okay, we got it back at some point and I missed it. Oh, here it is. Right, received the temporary entity. Okay, but that one is not setting the server. Actually, the server number got removed. Hold on. Oh, there's no ID with camera entity requested. That's the problem. Request. Yep, I forgot that. Okay. Request camera entity needs to be reduced by this to store that the fact that we are that's the server we're requesting it from. Okay, so case actions request camera entity. So it's going to be camera server is action ID. Okay, let's try again. You can't get into localhost. Localhost is everywhere. Your localhost is different from mine. Okay, it's here somewhere. There it is. Okay, so why did it go to 0? Wait a minute. Where is the data? Oh, I put it on the wrong one. Shoot. No, I did put it on the correct one, so what happened here? Request camera entity should have updated camera server in this reducer. And I don't see it there. Let me reload. Think you need to hire a 4chan jacker? 4chan hacker? You might be hidden in my basement, huh? That'd be a problem. Didn't we already discuss this development? I don't have a basement? Or is it someone else who I was chatting with? You can't be hiding in my basement because I don't have one. Something's wrong here. It's not showing me the ID that goes... The ID is not coming along with that camera request camera entity. Did I do something wrong here? I guess if that's null, that could be a problem. Let me do a debug. It won't be on disconnected, will it? It will be on at this point. Debugger it. What is ID? ID is undefined. That's the problem. Oh, that's right. Okay. We don't know what server we're talking to for the first server. Shoot. How does all this work then? It's not until we get a configuration that we know. Yes, the reflect initial server ID. And then we... Okay, so what I should just do, you know, to keep it simple is only do this if an ID is known. That's what I'll do. So no camera entity, haven't requested one, and ID is truthy. There we go. And let me remove the debugger. Uh-oh, you might be hidden in my RV. It's a pretty comfy RV, I wouldn't blame you. Alright. There we go. Cool. So now this time we're requesting an entity from server 12. We should get it back at some point. Right, here's the temporary entity. Okay, cool. So we got it from... okay, this never went back to false. So reflect temporary entity needs to set that back to false. And it did not. Why? The actions... oh, there's no ID in that. That's the problem. Reflect temporary entity... isn't setting the ID field. It should have. There's no ID there. It's just a type and an entity. Wait a minute. Why is this matched? Oh, because it's right here. Huh. Oh, wait. It's not message ID, is it? I got this wrong. It's... the ID is passed as a third argument to the message handler. So there's the ID. That's what I got wrong. Cool. Hooray for Redux DevTools. I can actually see the state and see what's going on. Okay. There we go. So we have an ID of 12. So it says, okay, that's the camera entity. We're no longer requesting it. Got it. Okay, so at this point, it should remember that goes with server 12, right? So if I disconnect server 12, hopefully 12 is not the leader. No, it is a follower. So we'll kill 12, and it should request an entity from only one other server. Goodbye, server 12. Nice knowing you. So yeah, so it asked for another one. Actually, it asked twice. Why did it do that? So it said, okay, let me talk to 11. It's trying to reconnect to 12. Wait, why did it ask? Wait, that shouldn't have been triggered. What's going on here? That shouldn't have happened because the disconnect was 12, not 11. Okay, so the request camera entity is wrong again. Oh, yeah, what am I doing here? It should only be if that's the one we had. So it should be if get state. Actually, it's a couple of things, right? It's if we have an entity, admin camera entity, and the camera server is that server we got disconnected from. Oh, so I do need to know. Is it an ID? I can't remember. Yes. So I need the action for the ID number. Oh, wait a minute. The reducer takes care of clearing this. So really it's only request one if we don't have one. Yeah. And only if we're... right, okay, yeah. So I got this totally wrong. So only if we no longer have one. So basically if we have one, then we can return early. And we can do that up here. If we still have a camera entity, We don't care. We don't have a camera entity. Are we connected to anyone? If not, no. Otherwise, ask for one. There we go. Fixed it. That's true. How would you? I guess you'd have to be small enough to fit in the saddlebags, right? Yeah, develop it. It's just something you have to live with. I think it's a relic of the past in that, like, you could just find someone in the phone book. I mean, Terminator, right? So, I don't know how we're gonna get our privacy back. It's sort of a tradition that governments and utilities, like, know where we are and, like, provide that information online. It is kind of scary. All right. This reset, right? Here's the entity we requested. We get it back down here. Server is 12 again. How come it's always server 12? Server 12, like, it's very lucky. Let's kill it again. Reward it for its luck by killing it again. Okay, cool. I think I only saw it ask once this time. It actually spawned the action twice, though. Oh, no. One is requested. The other one is reflected it's requested. Request one from 11. Right, so the disconnect put the, drop the entity because that's the one we lost. And so it's going to request it from 11. Oh, that's interesting. It shows the diff. It doesn't show the rest of the array. So request from 11. And we get it back almost right away. 591, that's fine. And we don't request another. That's important. Okay, good. Yeah, well, is it just the government you're not safe from? The thing that's scary in the US is that it's not just the government that can track you, it's like anyone else who looks you up online. Yeah. That's true, develop it. Which is sort of weird when you think about it. The US being all about freedom. I guess the freedom includes the freedom to find out about other people. Yeah. It's too bad that the US doesn't have very good privacy stuff. Privacy laws. Alright, I think I'm good about the camera entity. Let's see what the game thinks. If I look at the game state in the background. Oh, I should clean out these snapshots. So, the journal should show temporary entity was created and those components added. So if I roll up the snapshot now, what does it show? It should show only one camera entity. I mean, there's no camera entity right now. There's a tile. Should be only one admin tile. Yes, only one admin tile, which is entity 0? What? How did that happen? How did it get a 0? All right. Yeah, that's that. How did it steal entity 0? Well, that's not good. Let me look at a different server's records. Yeah, got entity 0. But the journal showed it wasn't 0. It was... Actually, where is the entity? Oh, the entity's missing. Is that the problem? That's the problem. All right, okay, I know what it is. When we created the components, we didn't say which entity number, and so the server, like the slave it is, said, oh, you didn't tell me an entity number. The default is 0. Therefore, I will create components for entity 0. All right. Let's repair that in the front end first. Admin. Yeah, see, it's using the old variable. So this should have been, so this code needs to go anyway. What we should do is, what should we do here? I guess I can have the next piece of state, which is, did we create the camera component? So that's again in the server, in the admin reducer. So we have the entity, but do we have a component? Camera component created. False. Do I want to call it camera entity? I guess it's fine. The tile is a side effect of the camera. Yeah, alright. So camera component created false. So we want to set it to true whenever we set camera entity. Oh, wait, no, we want to set it to false at this point because it's a new entity. So that is a false. And then where it's set, actually that's the only place I really care. I'll set it to true with a new action. That's what I'll do. Yeah, okay. So that's what I'm going to look at here. If get state action or admin dot camera entity, if that's truthy and this is falsy, camera component created, then we're going to ask that we create it. Actually, I'm going to make it another action because the reducer needs to then set this to true. So create camera component. Components. Let's make it a plural. Search, replace all. And I don't think I need any arguments. Let's just, I know it's going to go here anyway. Create camera components. And I only need dispatch and get state. Just need to put it in the correct alphabetical order. Now. Right about here. All right, and then finally define it. Okay. Okay, so if we haven't created it yet, create it. Which involves sending these actions. And then this needs to be camera entity. And then the reducer also has to capture this to set that flag to true. So that's the admin reducer. Oops. Up here. Oh, are they on Updog, Nui? Yeah, that's an ongoing trick that Kitboga likes to do. It's pretty fun. Okay, develop it. I will try my best to get you stuck in the water. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day. And hey there, the epic unknown. Did I say hey to you? I might have, and I just might have forgotten. No, we pulled you out of lurkerdom by having develop it say goodbye. Alright. I hope I'm doing this Redux stuff correctly. I might be overdoing it, really. Okay, so this flag I want. Camera components created to be set to true here. Yep, so thank you, develop it. We successfully pulled the epic unknown out of lurkerhood. Hey guys, yes. Alright. So let's test that. It should have, oh, it got a breakpoint. Probably because that doesn't exist yet. No, create camera components doesn't exist. Oh, because I didn't hit save there. Save all your files. All right. Camera. There we go. So we requested it, so I should appear in the game to the other guy. There. And if I were to log out, it should disappear. Log out. It did not oh, because I had some stale entities. Let me fix that. I need to delete entity 0, essentially. Oh, no. Need admin. Let's fix the leaked one. So that's ECS destroy entity 0. Boom. Gone. And it should have created a new one, though. Okay, I might have the I might not have gotten the Redux stuff to work. The hacking skills are insane. You mean the are you talking about the Kitboga thing? You're talking about my hacking skills. If so, thank you, I'm flattered. What happened to my camera entity, though? We requested it. We got it back. And that was it. Okay, so it didn't trigger creating the camera components like I thought it would. Oh, Kitbogas, yeah. Reflect temporary entity. It should have gone in here. Okay, let's see. What's the state look like? Camera entity? Truthy. Camera components created? Also true? Oh, wait a minute. Why is it true? Who set it to true? Somehow it got set to true. I want to know who done it. Somewhere around here. Ah, here it went. Oh, but then I did a log out. Oh, right. And when we get disconnected, it should have set it back to false. Oops. Yeah, this needs to go back to false. Actually, it should have gone back to false at that point. So why didn't it? Wait a minute. Reflect temporary entity? Set the camera entity? Do I have these backward? Do I have these multiply handled? I do. Did I just screw this up? Is there no reflect camera entity? Oops. Yeah, what is this? This looks old. Yeah, this is old. This is not right. Yeah, I put this in the wrong place. So, yeah. This gets removed. Actually, I need the position up here, don't I? Yeah, okay. I know what to do. It's some old code. So on temporary entities where we say, oh, okay, we know it's the camera, so I can... Although I'm having to repeat this logic a lot, I should probably just pull it out, right? Say const was camera entity. And then I can just say this. Same thing here. Okay, and the other thing was that I wanted to track the position of the camera. So it's this one, and I need that to go here, but I don't want to hard code it. I want to put it into the action. So that'll be action position. And this is the old one that doesn't exist anymore. Right, so where we dispatch that, I want to put in here position. I think I got the... Okay. You know, you still have a lot to do in your language, but your brain doesn't know what it wants to do. I have that problem sometimes too. What helps for me is to just start listing them out and then sorting through them to pick out the ones that stand out to you as what you want to do next. Well, that's always a good thing. Code cleanup. I don't do that enough. I think it was X, Y, and then depth, right? So that stores it there so we can use it later. In the meantime, I want to use that position over here. So action position. I don't have to hard code it here. Oh, it's by string key. Oh yeah, I'd probably run into that in a minute anyway, right? Because you can't just say X. Because that'll look for the variable X, not the string X. The same thing with the position, right? I need to do that. Oh, wait a minute, what am I thinking? One's JSON, the other isn't. I don't need strings, do I? So wait a minute, hold on. Am I just getting myself confused? Why did I have these all as strings? I don't need these strings, do I? These can all just be like that. Yeah, I can just do that. All right, and then position component is a parameter to the action. What else? Everything else is hard-coded, that's fine. Actually, I don't even need to use it here. I can just use the get state admin camera position, right? Then it doesn't even need to know it was passed in as an argument to the action. All right. If I do this right, I should appear in the game. There I am. And as soon as I disconnect, I should disappear. All right, and when I connect in again, I should reappear. Yay. All right, I'm gonna check that in. Actually, one more test would be snapshot and make sure there's only one component and that there's only that the index is correct. .606 and there's only one of it. Temporary entities, right? Cool. So that's the client connection on the server that the admin's camera is going through. It's a temporary entity, meaning if I disconnect, it'll automatically destroy that entity 606. 606 has a position and a tile. And I'm going to add a camera now, and then that should let me see what's going on. And then if that works, I can then move the camera. And then if I update the rendering system to adjust the sprites by camera position, then I can see outside the current bounds of the world. Let me check in what I have so far, though. All right, so this is a fix, really add camera entity management. Admin camera entity management. Okay, so I should just be able to add the component I want for the camera here. Camera. I need to know my client ID though, don't I? I forgot about that. Because this needs to know I know the server number, but I don't know the client ID. How am I gonna know the client ID? I know. I will add it to the temporary entity message. Yes, so let's have this tell us our client. And might as well tell us the server, because why not? Command server ID. Command client ID. So that's what we'll expect. And let me make it so. Admin. So intimidating, this admin. All right, so I haven't run my unit test yet today. Fails because there is no server client numbers in there. That's not a problem. We can do this. So here's the code. We just need to add that information here. Server. And that'll be in the command. Server. And the same thing for the client. There we go. Linking is taking a long time today. 19 seconds. Alright, so it's updated. Let me restart the servers to pick that up. Oh, look at this. What's this? Wanted to send a message to player 0 who's not logged on any known server. Why did it want to send it to 0? Huh. I'll have to look into that. Oh, because we added the camera, but we didn't say who. Okay, yeah, that's the problem. That's the front end side of this, right? So when we reduce the temporary entity, actually, it's when we interpret the message. Hold on, where is the message? Server messages. Temporary entity. Yeah, so it'll be entity and then server and client. Let's store them. Camera server, camera client. Sound good? Camera client. We already know the camera server. We just don't know the camera client. So yeah, I don't need this server. We'll know what server it was for, because we asked that server, right? It should be for the server we asked for. That's how it was designed. I think that's right. So it's just this again. Camera client. This is if we're disconnected. If we're connected, that's it's here. So let's put it in order. All right, camera client. If it was the camera entity, then it's action.client. Otherwise, it doesn't change. There we go. Okay, I expected to see the world, but it didn't do it. So what did I miss? Create component camera. Oh, I didn't include. Okay, I forgot again. Actually, that's the wrong contents anyway. Admin middleware. Yeah, I didn't do this right. It's not the camera position. It's server get state admin camera server. Server and client. Try again. Hey, look at that. So yeah, as soon as we create the camera component, I had this hooked up last night where if you have a camera component with the server and client, then the rendering system will tell that server and that client what to render based off of the camera's position component. Well, it will, based off the camera. So now the goal would be to, whenever we do movement keys, we should change our camera's position, and then we'll update the rendering system to actually show a shifted view. Yeah. So what's first? Shifting the camera position, I guess? We'll do that first. Or let me just check it in. This is a good milestone. We'll say get the cure the admin's blindness. So get the admin to create a valid camera component so that the game rendering system can once more provide sprites to show in the admin stage. I'm no longer blind, I can see. Now to move. So movement is controlled again by the middleware for the admin. No, not the admin. It's where is it? The stage. Yeah. Here it is. I actually was looking at this before. That's why it remembered. So start move and stop move, right? So if you're a normal player, you just tell the game what movement key you want. If we're an admin, I think we're just going to shift our camera. How to do it? Maybe we'll just start with every click will move us one position. So let's make a little table. Const movements keyed by player key. So I think I'd already done this, the interpretation of the start move, right? Yeah, so it already gets turned into WASD. So A would be 1 to the left. S would be 1 down. W would be 1 up. And D would be 1 to the right. All right, and then we'll say we have to compute a delta. So I can do that as part of the dispatch. Do I have a modify components yet? I guess I can just send it straight to the game. I do for that. I'll just do it this hardcore way. So it's an action to modify. Okay, and we only want to do this if we have a camera too. So if we have an admin key and we have an admin camera, actually it doesn't even matter. If we have a camera entity, right? If we have a camera entity, then just move it. Otherwise, we're going to tell the game we want to move as a player. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want it to ever try that when we're the admin, so I do want it to go into one. Actually, okay. Back. I want that outer, and then this will be if we don't have a camera yet, early exit. There we go. Then do that. There we go. So if we have an admin key, do this stuff. Otherwise, we're doing a player input. If we're doing this stuff, then if we don't have a camera yet, we can't move. Otherwise, we're going to move. The movement will be calculated as a delta to the position of the camera entity. That's camera entity. Let's get it out. So const camera. So I don't have to call getState more than once. So that's camera entity. And then the delta would be, oh, I can actually get rid of all these strings, can't I? X is going to be the previous X plus the movement. Okay, so let's get that out. Const delta position, or just delta, right? It would be movements key, and then X would be the, okay, let's get the previous position. Camera position. It's get state admin camera position. So that's camera position. Oh, again, why am I doing strings here? No strings needed. X is camera position X plus delta X. Camera position Y plus delta Y. And that's all I need to change, right? Okay, let's see what that does. Okay, it didn't do anything. What does Redux say happened? It should have sent the game what? ECS action to move me 1 square to the left. Did the game accept that though? Let's see. Because it didn't look like it did it. Oh, wait. The rendering system doesn't know we moved unless I set the moved flag in what? The tile? I forget how this works. Moved, I think? I have to mark that the tile's been moved. So yeah, this is what the movement system does, right? So it turns off the move on flag, so the debalancing, and starts the cooldown for movement. Then it modifies this. So this is what I'm doing now. I'm not doing this one. That's the problem. I'm not marking the tile has been moved. So that's another action here. Tile, camera entity, the delta is moved, true. Alright, let's see if it works now. Can I move? Oh, I can move. Oh, but I get jumped back to the center. Oh, I think I know why, because I'm not reflecting that back. So, where is that again? Stage, right? Yeah, so let's compute the yeah, let's compute the new position. Actually, let's just modify this. Let's just let and then say camera position x plus equals delta x, and then do the same thing for y. And then just this delta will be just do that. Whoops. That's really weird, but it did. Anyway, so we have to tell that, and we also need to reflect our new position. So dispatch actions reflect camera position. Do I already have an action for that? You would think that I would, because I have so many damn actions. I do not. Let's make one. Reflect camera position. Should we watch that clip together? Hold on. Let's watch a Kitboga clip.
Back, or else I am going to be in a very big problem, you know? I am going to be in a very big problem.
Whoa, how did you put that much money in my bank account?
I just held down the 9 button.
Wait, what is going on?
I love their reactions.
Back, or else I am going to be in a very big problem, you know?
Oh, okay, that's repeating. All right, that was funny. The guy goes speechless. He's like, "What? The script doesn't tell me what I should do now." Yeah, he's been doing that for a while, where he will fight the scammer over the inspect elements and changing the numbers in the bank account. Reflect camera position needs to be reduced now. But let's set the position here. So I'm gonna take these and just call it position, so that I can just say position here. And then have this one just see POS and change and set it from that. So admin reducer. Reflect camera position. Turn state camera position action position. I see some redundancy here. You know what I could do is just is when I create camera components, I can then just reflect the camera position immediately and not have to do that. Let's leave it. Okay, now I should be able to move. Move me. Yay, look. I am moving around, but I can only move one square at a time, the way I've done it. But the cool thing is I can defy the normal cooldown just by rapidly clicking. I can go faster than anybody else. I can even teleport if I wanted. Right now it's only going with delta of 1. But I could do anything I want. So let me check that in. Support moving the admin camera around. I think it might be time to update the rendering system. I could do a naive approach, which is to take the camera's position and just offset that and just always just repaint every tile. Maybe that's what we'll start with just for fun. Oh, thanks for the follow. Jamie Pine Live. Okay, so here, here's the movement system. I want the rendering system. Here's the character system. Where are you, rendering system? Rendering system. Right, okay. So this commented out code is what I eventually want to use. Rather than looping through all tiles in the game, just go through the tiles that are nearby. Could use that code now, or... What I really want to do is have some kind of efficiency where if you only move one square to the left, instead of telling you where all the sprites are, it can just say that all the sprites you know about, move them one to the right. That would be a lot more efficient. Maybe that's what I'll do. So then the only ones it needs to loop through are the ones that would have been off screen before. Actually, to know where you were, it would have to record that somewhere. So, Oh, I think I already am recording that in this oh no, I was meaning to record them. Right now it's just a set, but I could include the previous position. Actually, let's just do the naive approach, which is that we just retransmit all the tiles if you moved. Actually, then we need to know that you moved. So we'll need to know the position. Either way. Okay, so let's add the position. So cameras will have positions. That's now a map from that to a position. Position is X and Y. That's good. I'll probably have to add zone to that in a bit. Or have a position with zone. Because if you change zones, it should just say, okay, well, now I need to send you everything. Okay, so that will break some code down here, right? Right, because when we insert into a map, we do it this way. We have to set that to the position of the camera. So that we can use, let's just be explicit and use the initializer list, which is, I need to get the position of the camera for this to work, actually. Which makes sense. So, given the camera, I need to look up its position. So like this. Given a camera, find the position of the camera. If there isn't one, we skip it. Given a position, it's position X, position Y. I can probably just compute this up front. I gotta be careful with my names. So if I say camera pause or camera position, it can be ambiguous what pause is. If I call that pause component, maybe? Or entity pause? Entity position? No, that's ambiguous. I'll just call it pause, because it's strictly the pause. Position and component. Yeah, that's what I'll do. So this we can const, and then we can just do that. And the same thing for this insert. New cameras is also a map. Actually, hold on. Does new cameras... How does new cameras get used? Yeah, I will need to know the position of it, so... position. Okay, so when you iterate a map, you get key values, so I only really care about the keys. So that's the first is the key. And then if these are the values, then it's second. No, it's the key that I care about, right? First. And same thing down here. First. Alright, so that, let me make sure that that didn't break anything. Alright. So where do I do the actual drawing here? I need to refactor this code because it's all a mess. This is just finding out if there are any new and old cameras. This is sending all of the sprites for a new camera. And then sending all the tile sets. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is these broadcast messages are just sending the same information to everyone. I can't really do that anymore. It has to be specialized. So I think for starters, we'll just have the admin. We'll have it work only for the admin. So which means that I will no longer do this inside of this broadcast. Instead, we'll handle cameras differently. I wonder if I could just put it in here and then just like always do that. Oh, wait a minute, no. Don't, it needs to be only if their position changed, so yes. Okay, I know what to do. This we move out. And we put it here. And we check the camera position and see if it's different than it was last time. I need to get the position out. And the entity is the camera dot second. Right? Oh, we are not holding on to the entity. Okay, so I'm going to have to make this a structure. So we'll have a second entity. Right, so this can't just be position. All right. We'll call it camera. We shall call it camera. So cameras, it has to have a camera. So position, where is position defined? We'll just have to make a new type. Can I put it? Should I put it in the header here? There's no disadvantage, so I'll do that. So we'll put camera here. This is used. Okay, this represents information about a client client's viewport into the game. This is the horizontal coordinate of the camera's position. And then I have to include the entity. This is unique identifier of the camera's entity, game object. Don't want to use the same word in the description that I used for the variable name. And that was it, right? I just wanted to add an entity to it. So I'll have to have the same kinds of comparison sorting operators just to make it a complete type. Actually, I don't even think I need it, because these are all value types, right? I don't even need... the initializer list would be handy. Do I need the sorting operators? I'm never going to sort them or compare them, am I? No. So I'll just have the initializer list. Camera. And so we'll add entity. Actually, let me add it at the front. No, let's add it at the end. It'll be the same as the declaration order here. So that's entity. Good thing they're all integers. Else I would not be able to use initializer list. I would probably just have to make an explicit XY entity. Oh, what am I trying to say? Constructor. Explicit constructor argument list. Okay. So camera position won't work. It is camera. And this, okay, this is the component. So what is this? The camera state? No. Info? I'll call it info. I'm bad with names. So we want to include the entity now, which is camera entity. I don't need to cast that. Okay. Okay, so we have the entity now. And that position is not valid anymore. It's actually the comparator would help here. Go back to your computer and oh, chat message. Chat message. What chat message? What chat message are we talking about? Huh. Probably yours. Oh, the clip. Oh, I gotcha. So you, John Mega, you weren't here for that clip, huh? I actually watched it and you missed it. Yeah, just held down the 9 key. Camera second entity. Yeah, comparator would help. So let me add that in here. equality a comparator. All right, and then the implementation. Flop camera entity. Okay. All right, so down here, I'm not sure what it's trying to tell me with that. Oh, feed, right. I'm not done here. We're gonna be making a different feedback every time. Okay, so, and only if the camera changed. So we need to find the, okay, we actually have the camera in there, and I can make that not a const, because I want to update the value if it changed. So if camera second is not equal to camera info, then we're going to feed back to that camera a new view of things. And why is this not working? Oh, because I don't have inequality. Didn't think about that. C++ is not smart enough to just do a not on the equal. Not. Okay, so the not equal is just the inverse of the equal, like it should be. So I can just do this. Just change that to a not, and just say return this, a not, this equals other, and dereference this. There we go. So if it changes, we want to update it, and then send some feedback. And here I'm going to adjust this to have a non-default argument here, which is camera info x, camera info y. So we'll make that default to 0. X, how about we call it center x, center y. All right. So it loops through all the tiles, it gets the position, and basically I'm going to just add the center x. Is that how it works? No, I need to subtract the center x, right? And y. Because if you're at 1, 1, that means you're a square to the right and down. So I want all the positions to be shifted the other direction. So interpret as an integer there. All right. I think this will work. Let's give it a try. I did this without a unit test though, which is sort of bad. But I'm kind of excited to see the camera shift around, so. I didn't update the coordinates for painting though. I need to do that eventually. Otherwise hilarity will ensue. Right. Oh, look at that. And to his point of view, see that? So now my camera is centered, but not for ordinary players, since I haven't updated that yet. So I, as an admin, can go off into the void and you can't see me anymore. All right, so let me fix the painting offset so I can paint beyond the edge of the world. That would it's just taking the camera's position into play when I paint. So where is that? Where's the painting done? Pointer down? Interact, that's what I called it. Interact. So I just need to add the camera position to the coordinates I set here, right? I think so. So X and Y go into last interaction. What is that for? Oh, I see. Yeah, so that's if you move the mouse a little bit, but you're still in that same square, it won't keep painting in that square. All right, so let's start this off by saying let world x equals x, let world y equals y, and then we'll use world x and y when we talk to the game server. And that's the only place, well, I can put it in here too. All right, and then I just need to make sure that that still works. Let's put some dirt out there in the water. It didn't work. Oops. What did I do wrong? Oh, the camera didn't shift. So if I move, it will show it to me. Yeah, see that? Okay, so it's just my naive camera implementation. So I have to move after painting to see it. Got it, okay. Hey there, Mr. Balrog. I don't feel like doing the Mr. Balrog dance right now, but anyone who's interested can check out that clip. Hey there, Steampunk Devil. I'm not in a dancing mood right now. I'm sorry. Some other time. Alright, if I move the camera off, so the bug right now will be that if I try to put water there, it won't put it there. Actually, I can see it with the other window, right? Oh, it actually did put the water there. Oh, because it's changing an existing tile, that's why. So it works because I don't need the position to change an existing tile. But if I were to try to put water off the edge here, it'll end up putting water in the center. Interesting. Is it anywhere I click? Huh. So the position is not even calculated correctly. Oh, that's why you have the clips. Okay, so even when I don't feel like dancing, you can just watch the clip? That makes sense. Okay, what did it print when I clicked? It did have the coordinates correct. Did it just not send them correctly? Oh, yeah, because this has to be X. The keys matter. That's why. Okay. Alright, that makes sense. So let's move off center a little bit. And then we'll try to paint something. We'll try to put water off to the edge. Yeah, see, it doesn't offset by the camera. So... Oops. Where is that? Right there? Nope, I was off by one again. So I need to adjust it by the camera position now. So that's if we have a camera, right? If... What's the mathematically maximum size the map can have? I don't know. The server end is 64-bit, so it could be enormous. It's just the size of an integer, so practically practically unlimited, but limited more by the capacity of the server to deal with that much data, I guess. So if get state Assume we have get state, yeah. Camera position. If we have a camera position, then let's adjust it by the camera position. Let's do it this way. Const camera position equals. And then if we have one, then adjust it by its x and y coordinates. Right? Yes, I think that's right. Add. Testing it. So move it off center a little bit. And let me try to paint that corner with water. Okay, cool. That works. And now I can extend the bushes. And I won't be able to see it until I move. But hey there, look, the bushes have grown off the edge of the world. So the update on a tile change is in a different part of the backend. This was doing it if the position of the camera changed, right? So the other place it will happen is if any tile changes. That's down here somewhere, right? Yeah, the add, update, move. So that goes into this broadcast. Actually, so I do want to put the broadcast thing in there. But I want to account for the camera position, so So yeah, again, the naive approach would be to do this again. In this, like that. Which means I need to capture components. Which we can capture by reference. That's actually, can I? Yeah, I can. Blah, blah, blah. And it's not this. This check is not needed. I need the camera info. Why? I don't need the camera info. Actually, I don't even need the camera position. It's just the current camera position. So I don't need any of this. Don't need that. I don't need to recompute the feedback to it. Oh, wait a minute. I think I do. I could cheat, though. All the coordinates in the add sprite, update sprite, actually, it's the update, it's the add and move. I could just put in there a camera offset. Or I could have, I know what I can do. I can have the front end just do the camera offset myself. It's sort of cheating, but I can do it that way. That way I don't have to recompute the feedback. I just put the correct thing in there. Okay, so it's back to that way it was. It's just that the front end has to use the camera's local position. I don't like having to do that, though. Right now, so you're actually watching me do the loading and stuff. The tiles are always loaded. They're part of the game state. They're part of the entity component system. So every map is always loaded right now. There's no unloading of the map. So whenever we are going through all the tiles like this, we're going through every tile in the entire game. So yeah, obviously to scale this up, I'm going to have to do something more clever like what I had here commented out, that instead of going through every tile, we look up in an index for if there are any tiles nearby the camera. So I just haven't gotten that far yet. I'm trying this naive approach first. This will work if I cheat and in the front end adjust the whenever there's a coordinate, whenever there's an add or a move. So let me do that. That was in this stage, right? Add sprite or reflect sprite added. So if these need to be adjusted by camera position, let's do that here. If get state. So const camera position equals get state camera position admin camera position. If camera position. Then we're gonna hack the coordinates. I need to subtract the cameras X and Y, right? Then I gotta do the same thing for a move. Right here. Yes. Okay, let's see if that works. Didn't, because get state is not something here. Also, I need to build the backend and deploy it. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle. Alright, stop and start the backend. And what's this error I see? Get state is not a function. Eh? Should be a function. Hold on. It's a function. Why does it think it's not a function? I don't know why it didn't think it was a function. Now it thinks it's a function. And now it's not a function anymore. So 273. What the heck? Oh, I'm calling it directly rather than going through Redux. So I need to do that. Probably shouldn't cheat like that. I should probably go through Redux. All right, so let's move. There's an interesting jump for the my own entity. What would cause that to happen? I don't know, but we'll fix it later. Let's try to put water out in an existing tile. There we go, so it's fixed. It's adjusted by the camera position when we update a tile. So that should also work if I move this character around. Interesting. Didn't quite work the way I thought it did. It would. They're like one off, right? There's some kind of jump going on. I wonder if did I do my math wrong? Let's see if I can spot the math error. I think I like added twice or something. Oh, thanks, Mr. Love Pickle. Put him in the center. Oh yeah, look, I'm added it. I added it twice somehow. That's why it's jumping. So where am I adding it twice? Would it be a moved? That's if I don't have it. Oh, this. Okay, yeah. We're adding it twice, yes. Shoot. So dang it. Just hack it a little bit more. So the hack would be when it's added through this way, we don't want the camera position to be included. So I can add a little flag here. It says in world coordinates. True. And I can go to that function. Whoa. I can go to that function, and I can add that in here. And I'll say if not that. Okay, see if I fixed it. This is a total hack. Let's move default character up here. Stand right there. Okay, and then you go down. It's still jumping one of these tiles down, but that one's not jumping anymore, right? Should do that. No, it's still broken. Oh, because it's in the action, not in this. Okay, I got it wrong. Yeah. I screwed up. It's not here. It is here. Yeah, let's sit there, and then you move. Okay, there. I think I fixed it. Cool. Let me verify painting is not broken. Paint, water, there. Cool. I want to see both at the same time. How come I can't click there? Oh wait, why are there showing 3 tiles there? And, okay, there's some kind of bug going on. Oh, that was from before. So I need to destroy those old entities. So 630 will destroy. ECS destroy entity. Let's put that in the clipboard. And what was it? 630. Poof. 631, 634. So there were tiles that were painted on top instead of replacing the one underneath. And I'll have to repair the world. Let's repair the world. There. So there's no... Oh, there's one right there. So there's 3 background tiles, one on top of the other. There. So that's 629, 632. Yeah, I have to just visually look to see if I... Okay, that's fine. That's me. Depth 99. Okay, cool. Alright. Fixed. Oops. Put that. Put grass there and there. There we go. Okay, now we have a good evening. Alright, so now I can paint off the edge of the world. Goodbye. I'm going off the edge of the world. Let's do some painting. Some extra bushes down here. Let's extend the grass a bit. A bit of a lag. The debug build. Let's have the path go down to here and stop. I think what I'm just going to do for the short term is make a wall. Actually, I can just move with the keyboard while painting, right? Yeah. It's like because it's a debug build. You can kind of see the edge of my tile there. Alright, so I guess the next thing to do would be to have the player also centered. I can do that at the same time that I clean up this backend code that does the rendering system, because this is a real mess. So essentially what I want to do is for every player and every camera, I want to record where they were, and when they move, I don't want to have to relist all the sprites. I should just send a brief message saying shift by some delta x, delta y, all the existing sprites. And then I suppose we can just rely on the client to drop any tiles that are old off screen, and then we'll have to do an add sprite for any ones that should appear on the screen, right? That's what I'm going to do, but I'm going to take a quick break to use the restroom. So how is the actual server going? You guys still having fun? Sitting here waiting to be able to move off the edge of the screen. I understand that. I will come back to this in a bit, in a few minutes. I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. Unexceptionable. All right. I realized that I didn't check that code in. So, right, so this is, that's a hack. track a rendering system. Track camera position. Alrighty then. So the admin can see beyond the world, but right now, if I show you the interaction with the game, I guess I'll have to reload. Yeah, the admin doesn't have a persistent entity. That's one other problem. Huh, bit of lag there. You can see every time I load the server that's in charge of sending the server that we've linked the camera to is going to send us all the sprites. It's 19 kilobytes every time I move. I think it's actually part of the lag. I'm talking to a follower server right now. Anyway, the next goal I want to have is every time I move by one position, rather than retransmitting all the tiles, I would like it to just say shift all the tiles over, and then any ones that are now visible because we're moved. If we move to left one, all the left boundary, it should see which of those it should paint for us. So, actually, the first step I think I want to do is go back into that. I have this code here to use the position index to our advantage. And let's enable this code. So I think I want that to go in this make initial sprites feedback. Then instead of looping through all the tiles, we use the index. So let's pull in that code and comment out the old code. And given the position, we get the tile. Actually, there could be more than one entity at any given position, but for each one in order, we get the tile. Oh, I need to pull some of this code in here. This is all, I need this. This goes here. Okay, the position index didn't include the zone stuff. I think the way it was building the position index, it only built it from the default zone. Let me make sure about that. Oops. Oh, it's always adding it. Well, shoot. It's going to show people that are logged off. I guess that's fine for now. So that I'll end up breaking that. You'll be able to see people who are logged off. Yeah, I wanted to have a different index for every zone in the end. And the zone you're in will have to be something the camera holds onto as well. I'll do that later. So for right now, we'll just, I'll keep that commented out. So just show it for everything that's in the position index. And I need to offset the X and Y by the camera. That's the important part. So if this is world X, this is view X, view Y, and this is view X, then X is view X plus the camera's position, right? Center X. Yes. And then Y is view Y plus center Y. Okay. And then look it up. And it's not X and Y that I want, right? Because this is subtracting the center X. It's... Oh, yeah, okay. Just trying to get the right variables in here. It's view X, view Y, isn't it? Yeah, and then the depth. Did I store that in the index or not? I think I did. Yeah, depth. There we go. Depth. And what's this line? Is that the old line? Yeah, okay, that's the old line. Let me see if that works. Whoa. What is this? Wow. There's some kind of bug in the journal. Okay, anyway. I don't know what that was about. Okay, so now it's using the position index. Let me make sure that this still works. Paint some water down here. Okay. Let's paint some water where the normal player would see it. Okay. That's not broken. Let me see if it really is a journal problem. Snapshotting that should make that warning go away. I started up again. I'm guessing it's a journal replay bug. No, there's still something going on. Oh, what is all this stuff? Was that all from server 12? Or was it all three of the servers were complaining? Okay, yeah, it's server 12, like complaining it wanted to send messages out to someone. So what does server 12 think's going on in the world? Server 12, how was your day? Is there something here for cameras? There's one okay, there's one camera. I wonder if that's the issue. It was trying to communicate with a player that didn't exist, a connection that didn't exist. Yeah, client number 2 who's no longer connected. That makes sense because it won't be until later that it realizes, oh, well, I don't have anyone connected. And so at that point, it would have deleted this temporary component. So actually that makes sense. it's going to try to render to a client that no longer exists. I could prevent that by not processing ECS feedback until we've caught up in the journal, or not processing message feedback. That's probably the right thing to do. So that would be in the which place is it? Here. On ECS feedback, right? And here's probably where the warning is at some point. Yeah. Was it printing out the player number? No, it was printing out the client number. Client number. I see player number, but I don't see client number. Wait a minute. Oh, is it player feedback that does it? Probably. Oh, right, because it was going, it's saying, hey, server 12, go tell your client all this stuff. And it was probably getting there. So this would be player feedback check. No. On player feedback. Yes. So it got down to here it's saying, well, I didn't send the message because I couldn't find a client that matched. So it shouldn't even ask it to. Back here. If we're not caught up. Yeah, that doesn't make sense that we would. So let's say if import, no, raft caught, right, if not caught up to cluster, return. That makes sense to me. Don't send any ECS messages out to connected players until we've replayed the journal from the start. Cool. Messages solved. This is some kind of race I have yet to get to the bottom of. Oh, I think I know what it is. It's connecting to a server that it chose to send a message to, and it hasn't yet finished connecting. Yes, it's asking some server to create components, and it gets down to here and it picks a server by just by random. There's a selected socket, yeah. So I need to go back into that game connection at some point and fix that. Right now I just reload. That's funny. There's a lag because I'm moving the camera and then updating the tile. Is that what's causing it? Yeah, why am I jumping around like that? It eventually... Oh no, I'm off by 1 again. No? Okay, there's some kind of race. That's weird. It's funny, but not in the haha kind of funny. Yeah, the jumping around shouldn't happen. Why is that happening? I'm assuming that this does not get a huge message every time another player moves. But let's check. Okay, there. Yeah, so it's just a move sprite there. When I move, it's gonna send me all the sprites again, so a 13 kilobyte message. That's why it's a bit slower. So that's fast because the messages are small. This is slow because the messages are a lot larger and it's a debug build. But why the jump? Is it this? It's a move sprite coupled with... Oh, that's probably what it is, because I hacked the camera thing, didn't I? Okay, actually that makes sense. So the hack is causing that. So if I remove the hack, then that jumpiness to the icon should... to the tile should go away. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the two are racing each other, right? The refresh and then the move of the sprite. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Check in the bug fix, shall we? That's not the bug fix. This one is. So, fix bug trying to send ECS feedback during journal replay. Hold on, I have to ban someone. Whisper spammers are back. Okay, I'm not going to check this in because that's work in progress. All right, work in progress here. We'll leave this in here because this is to do this code was to prevent seeing entities in different zones, in other zones. To make this work going forward, we need a different position index for every zone, and the camera has to record what zone it's in. Actually, that's a good divider, right? I can just do that. You're able to remove 50 lines from a file? Okay, so I don't need this anymore, right? Okay, so rendering system, when a camera moves, we will send a special message. That's what we'll do. Here's the camera moved, right? So instead of sending this kind of feedback, I'm going to send a special... Well, it's going to be two things. We have to, we do have to send some sprites. Let me rename this function, actually. This is make sprite... Let me think about this. No, that is initial sprites feedback. I need another one, though, which is to add a bunch of sprites at once. We could just build them all into the same message, actually. Yeah, let's make another function for this. Make sprite shift feedback. And we'll need to know the delta. So that will be the new center and then the delta, which is if I need to move this over to here to do it, right? Because I need it's a new camera minus the old camera, right? Camera info.x minus camera second x. Camera info y minus camera second y. Then update the camera and send the feedback. So I need this function similar to this one. So JSON value, do that. Oops. Hit page down by accident. How am I doing on time? 2.5 hours? Getting there. Getting there. So this will be a sprite shift. So let's put in the delta x right away. So we need a center and we need a delta. They're not optional anymore. Let's do dx. Delta x. dy delta y. And this will be like new sprites or something. So these will be sprites that were obscured before but are now no longer obscured. So it'll be... We'll have to do this in 2 passes, right? So if the delta x is not 0 and if the delta y is not 0. Actually, and if it's too extreme, we can just fall back to calling this one, right? So let's do that first. Let's say if delta x, the absolute value of delta x, there's an integer version of absolute value, right? Yeah, just standard lib. If it's greater than, and I do have magic numbers in here, I suppose we'll make them constants, be nice citizens up here. So a const expr int stage or max view distance x is 9, right? Yes, because I'm using these numbers here and there. Max view distance y is 7. So we're going to search for 7. Put max view distance y in its place. And then let's search for 9s. Cool. So if that's greater than the max, if it's greater than or equal to the max view distance, then it's easier. If it's that or that, then we'll just default back to calling the other one. Make initial sprites. So we just basically give up. Return initial sprites for components center X, center Y. Otherwise, we're going to shift by that delta, and then we have to build the new sprites. And I think I need to do it in 2 passes, right? The ones that are either left or right, and the ones that are the top or the bottom. I suppose I can do it with 4 if statements, like left, right, top, and bottom. So if, well, actually, I can do it a little bit more cleverly, all right? So I can say int, let's just adjust this one. From max view distance to, let's see, we uncover top tiles if we move up, right? So that would be a negative delta. So it would be less than or equal to that plus minus delta y. See, did I get my math correct? So if you moved up 1, it would be -1. So it would go from -7 to -7 minus -1, which is -6. And it should be a less than, not a less than or equal to. So that if you didn't move up, or if you moved down, then this would be false to begin with, and it wouldn't go into the loop at all, right? Yes, that's exactly what I've been doing. I didn't even know the term until like a month ago, when someone said, well, you're rubber ducking. And I'm like, I don't see any rubber ducks. I'm like, no, you. You're rubber ducking. Actually, all of this could be a helper function, right? Let's move this into a helper. This other function can use it too. So this will be, what does it actually do? It adds to a JSON array. So void add encoded sprite. And it does that. So it's given a bunch of parameters. Actually, we can, no, I can't pre-compute X and Y, can I? So I need the view and center to be separate. View X, view Y. I need components as well. Is that all I need? I think so. How to get the dots between the tabs? That's a setting in VS Code called render whitespace all. So here the options are all, boundary, and none. So none, you see the dots go away. I think boundary, I'm actually not sure what boundary does. I usually just keep it all in all. The reason I do that is if a tab character got in there, I'd be able to distinguish between that and a space. That's something I turned on years ago, and I'm used to it now. So there you go. Render whitespace. Yeah, no problem. Encoded sprites needs to be given too. So let's find out what type it is. Oh, it was JSON value, yeah. Encoded sprites. Okay, now I can call that from both places, both here and there. So encoded sprites, components, view X, view Y, center X, center Y. Kind of violating my own style because otherwise there's a lot of parameters here. How come it doesn't like center X though? I didn't like about that. Oh, that's just an IntelliSense thing. I've seen that before. Yeah, so that replaces all of that. So why tabs over spaces? Mostly because people tend to use tabs to line things up. So, for example, one style would be something like this, right? So I've seen that style before. Do you know what happens if people start using tabs here instead of spaces? it'll look fine for them because they, for some weird reason, want to have 6 spaces per tab. But then if I wanted 4 spaces per tab, it will look like that. And I'll be wondering, why did you align it there and not there? Or, you know, it doesn't make any sense. And it gets even crazier in other cases. So that's why I use spaces over tabs, so that if you want to line it up, you can, and it will be lined up for everyone. Now, if people didn't do this with tabs, then, you know, I might use tabs all the time. But yeah, it's mostly for this reason. The GNU style, I think, was to use tabs always instead of spaces, but they say that in addition to using in addition to using tabs, you shouldn't use, you shouldn't do that kind of visual alignment at all. There should just be indentation level depending on scope and have nothing to do with lining up things. But yeah, tabs versus spaces is like the eternal holy war of programmers, right? Spaces are weird for normal indents? I don't know. I don't think they're weird. Maybe I'm just used to it. Okay, I'm going to use the same code down here. Okay, so the trick will be, we repeat this 3 more times with this turned into a positive and have it greater than that. So if we moved down, that'll be a positive number, and we'll have to count down. There we go. Thanks for the follow, Querypotamus. Querypotamus. Oh, I get it. Querypotamus. That's a nice name. I like that. There are other style choices too, where you put the braces for block, camel case, kebab case, etc. So yeah, so it's a style thing. I think that's what leads programmers into these like holy wars, so to speak, is that there really is no one right way to do it. It's a personal preference thing, but it affects readability. People get used to one style and they look at a different style and they're like, oh, I have a hard time reading your code. I get that. Okay, so for the horizontal, I wanted to just go from one side to the other, right? So from one side to the other, and that's inclusive. And for the left side, it would be like I did up here for vertical. It'll be less than that minus delta x plus plus, and then, hey there, Isley, how are you doing? And then the right edge is positive x counting down greater than that minus delta x. There we go. So now it'll only tell us about sprites that appear from the edge. And it should be a lot fewer sprites on a normal move, because it'll be one of these loops actually goes in and only one dimension. Okay, so that's the shift feedback. So I can do that. It's just not going to do the right thing on the front end yet. But I can at least test it. Shish kebab. Kebab case becomes shish kebab. I like it. All right. This is going to look weird. Actually, it's not going to do anything. I'll be able to only see it through the messages, so we'll just look at it through the messages. Reload. Gotta find the one that the camera's tied to. This one. Okay, so when I move to the left, we get delta x of -1, and we get new sprites, and we get just 10 of them. So that's the ones that appear on the left, I think, around here. If I move to the right, what happens? Move to the right, it's delta x plus 1, and we get 15 on the right. And I bet if I move up 1, I didn't paint anything vertically up there, right? Yeah, so there are no new sprites. But if I move down, there'll be sprites vertically. Yep. Okay, so I just need to update the client here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, when I get this message, sprite shift, I'm going to take all the existing sprites and shift them by this delta, and if they fall off the edge, we'll remove them. And then we add the new ones, and then we're done. So sprite shift, here we go. Hey there, don't pay money to Webby. I am working on moving around in the world. So right now, oh, no one's logged in. Oh, it's sadness. Anyway, right now, the world, you're confined to be inside this rectangle, and I'm working on lifting that by when you move, the camera stays centered on you, and then the world shifts around you. So I had that working a little bit ago with the admin, and I'm working on an improvement now. So the front end is doesn't have the latest code, so when I move around, it's not updating at all, but it would shift the world around. So while I did have it working, I was painting off to the edge here. That does work, but I haven't updated the front end now that I changed the back end, so can't show you, but just for a moment. So I need to handle the this new message sprite shift. On sprite shift. On sprite shift. So the message parameters are dxdy and new sprites. Sprites shifted, or sprite shift, is a new action. Sprite shift, sprite shift. Okay. So that gets caught again in the stage. I probably do need to do this. At some point I need to come in here and fix this workaround for a startup race condition. I haven't gotten to that yet. Lots of things I have on my to-do list. Sprite shift. Okay, so that's similar to reflect sprites. Const reflect sprite shift. Action has a dx, dy, and new sprites. Get state, probably stage. Okay, so we don't want to destroy all the sprites. We want to destroy sprites that are now off the screen. And then move the ones. So I basically want to loop all. I want to do this looping. Actually, we are going to clear we're going to clear the tiles by position and rebuild them. We are going to do that anyway. So let's go ahead and do that. We're not going to clear the tiles. But let's make a set of tiles that we will be removing. So let old tiles be a new set. Do I have to initialize it? I don't remember if I do. What's the book say? Oh, okay. If I don't specify it or if it's null. Okay, there we go. New set. All right, so what's in that tile info? It's stage tiles. Okay, so we have all this is all the information we have on a tile. Do I need all that information? Don't know yet. Definitely don't want to destroy it. Okay, these I do want to do some destruction for later for new tiles. So old tiles. How does this work? It's like you have to get an iterator out of it. Values or something. Right. And then iterate it, and then I can do for each. And that gives me a ID. I need the sprite and the label, so it's get it, right? Right, so const sprite label equals stage tiles get ID. Destroy them, and then stage tiles delete. Let me look this up again. Map. I think it's delete. Delete key, yeah. Delete ID. Okay. So that will remove all the ones that are old. So we know it's old if it's out of range now. So, do I have constants for the range? I could compute it. It's technically center X, isn't it? Center X, center Y. It's if it's beyond, if the absolute value of it is, oh wait a minute, no. It's if it's within the width, right, so yeah, it's view coordinates. Right? Did I center it or not? If I did, then it's, if it's beyond, if the absolute value of it is beyond the center. I'm gonna guess that's what I did. So if x plus dx, let's compute it first of all. New x is x plus dx. New y is y plus dy. If the absolute, okay, is there math.abs? There is. If math abs new x is greater than the center, or so if it basically if it's out of range now, we will mark it for deletion. So that's old tiles add ID. Else we're going to shift it. So that's as in reflect tile moved got called. Wow, a lot of stuff it does. So I think we'll just yeah, and I'm gonna remove that hack in a minute. What was I doing here? Updating the tiles by position? Oh, right, because the hit test stuff uses this. So that's important. It's a lot of code that I have to do. Oh well, JavaScript is fast, right? Action X, Y, and ID get stayed in stage. Okay. new X, new Y, ID. I get state and stage. Yep, great joke. So, mark it to be removed, because I don't want to remove it while we're iterating through. And then remove it. Actually, technically there's a sprite removed, right? Because that updates this stuff. Yeah, I should do that. ID, okay, we'll do that. We'll do it that way. Get state stage. So I didn't need the depth, the sprite, the tile, or the tile set. I just needed the X and the Y. There we go. And then the new sprites, I need to process them as if... So this one. New sprites. For each sprite, reflect sprite added. And... was that important, the in-world coordinates? I think so, because the way this worked was if it wasn't true, it would offset the camera. So I think I want to do this... I think I want to leave it the way it is. Why are you doing a spread operation on that? The values returns an iterator, not an array or an object. So the iterator doesn't have a for each, right? That's my understanding. If the iterator had a for each, I'd use it. Oh, play poker badly. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the sub. Now you too can enjoy both the Raimu Hey, the Raimu EJ, the Raimu Hey emotes. Thank you for your support. Yeah, I assumed I had trouble there because for each is something I want to do, and I couldn't do that with a set. So the closest I could come up with was to get the values, and then since the values returns an iterator, not an array, then I turn the iterator into an array with spread syntax. There is a concept of an iterator. So you get back an iterator and you have to call next, but the spread syntax works with an iterator. Yeah, this is a special type like set type. Yay, you can wave now. Actually, that's the old wave. I keep meaning to remove that. So yeah, there's also the old wave, and the hey is the new wave. Should I just try this out and see if it works? Let's move. Okay, no, it broke. It broke on cannot set the property of an undefined, because label is undefined. Interesting. Oh, yeah. Well, background tiles never moved before, now they do. 358. Yeah, we don't want to move the label if there is none. So only if label. Move it. So that might have actually worked. It was trying to move a background tile, and it's like, well, there's no label. Okay, that didn't quite work, did it? Kind of blind now. Interesting. Okay, so what went wrong here? I suppose we will step through it. Moving left 1. Okay. Oh, I don't need to do that, do I? That might be the bug right there. Because the move and added takes care of that for me. And the, yeah, that all, it's taken care of for me. Let's try that again. Oh, you have some JavaScript I can try out? Hey, Irish John. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream today? I'm working on learning a little bit of JavaScript that I'm still rough around the edges and people are helping me out with. So according to this, I should just be able to do for each, so I don't need to do that weird spread operator. I can give it a try. So I can just reduce this to for each. Okay, I learned something today. I didn't think I could do that. Okay, let's debugger this again. Okay, that jumped right over the for each. That's fine. Let's remove the debugger and let's see if it was maybe that first bug that was causing the problem to begin with. Nope. I think it's the move that's a problem, so let's debugger this. Sounds like I'm saying bugger this, bugger that. Like I said, the spread operation is not what you think it is. Iterator is an object, and the spread operation is just doing the same as for each would. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think that you could do a for each on an iterator. Now that I know that, then I'll just do that. So thank you, Isley. You have taught me some JavaScript. That means you get some points today. I haven't given out any points yet. Let's give you 3 points. 3 points for teaching me JavaScript. Let's see. Move. And what's going on? So x and y are -9, -7. New x is -10, -7. Oh, wait a minute. It shifted it in the wrong direction, didn't it? I should be subtracting the delta. So that will remove the tile, right? So that should have moved it. Can I step into that? Oh, and it's taking the camera position into effect as well. And x is undefined, so that's a problem. Why is it undefined? Not a number. Okay, so there's a problem with how I'm passing information. Oh yeah, I didn't set the keys correctly. I'm just dumb. Okay, let's set the keys correctly. That's x, new x. Y, new y. And then while I'm at it, let me fix the delta calculation, or the new calculation. Not another one. Go away, spammers. That's the second whisper spam I've gotten today. Annoying. If you're doing a for each on the set itself, not the iterator. Can you do a for each on the set itself? Oh, you're right. I removed the values thing, didn't I? But that should do the same thing, right? So that means I learned 2 things. I could have done it on the iterator by doing values, right? But it's sort of redundant. If I can do that, isn't that better? No. Don't do it on the iterator? So, yeah, does this work? Just curious. Yeah, so it probably won't work, right? If I move, probably, yeah. Oh no, that's my debugger statement. Ah, go away, debugger. Yes, happy Wednesday. Hey there, Nick Larson. Yeah, so it didn't like it. That might be why I thought I couldn't do it. So we can't do a for each on an iterator, which sort of makes sense, because iterator is just a low-level mechanical thing. But the fact that I can do for each on the set is nice. Okay, that almost worked. It jumped me 2 tiles instead of 1, though, which made for a very amusing bug there. Getting back to the center? No. I think it's because it's adjusting for the camera, because of that hack I had in there before. I have this camera position hack. Let's comment that out for now. Well, by definition, this is all games, right? We're doing game dev. Okay, that's going to be a problem, but otherwise the background is fine. It's jumping me way far down there because it's not calculating the when the tile actually moves. It's not giving me the correct coordinates. Actually, it is. Let me think about this. It should account for the wait a minute. Where's my character actually right now? Down here. And it's what, doubled the position? Doubled the relative position? Roughly speaking. So from the center to here, all the way down to here. Ooh, I have some leaked entities there. I'm off in the void, help! I would see this in the network tab, wouldn't I? Move sprite, right? Yeah, so the move sprite is not accounting for camera position, so that's a back-end issue. So I should fix the back-end now. Yeah, let's do that next. So that hack we can remove if I fix the back-end. So the move sprite feedback down here somewhere. Right, this broadcast is no longer really a broadcast, is it? How many times do we use this broadcast helper? Add, update, move. So add and move have an X and a Y position. This, it's convenient because I can calculate the feedback message once and then send it to multiple recipients. I can't do that exactly if there's a coordinates in there, but I can if I make a derivative of this. Broadcast with offset. So there it's just that. And then we'll adjust the, I need to have the coordinates in here then. X, Y. Because it's buried in the message, so. Names. What do I call the thing? That's the original message. We wrap it in a feedback object. But, so I don't want the original one, I want this one. What do I call that? Embedded? Because we send it as is to normal players, because they don't have cameras yet. And then for any actual cameras, I'm going to adjust the x to be x plus the camera's position, or is it minus? Minus. Dot second dot x. There we go. And then y. And then we'll use that for anything that has an x and a y in it. So this kind of thing. So it'll be this. X and y. Yeah, let's remove that. And then do this and that for now. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, I removed it from the wrong place. That needs... Okay. Okay, let's just undo that. That makes the original encoding, and then when we broadcast with an offset, we are... we know that there's an X and a Y, and we're adjusting it for cameras. Alright, just justifying it to myself, you know? I have to convince myself, at least. So an update sprite, I don't need to do that, but a move, I do need to do that. So that's the message, followed by these. So let's pre-compute this. X and Y, X and Y. Okay. So now I should just be able to build that and try it again. How am I doing on time? Past 3 hours, okay. Let's move. There's a little bit of a jump. That's to be expected, though. Unless I combine those two systems together. What's happening is I'm moving the camera, and then the rendering system says, oh, that tile moved. I need to move the tile. I need to think about how I'm going to fix that. So normal players are going to see the same thing, I think. They'll appear to jump because of that lag. Hey, but that's cool, isn't it? So now the last step will be to do the same thing but with normal players. And then I can push that to production and everyone can have fun moving around in an unlimited space where they can get lost in the void. Yeah, and they won't be able to get back unless I have a teleport command. Should I do that one first? No, let's do the camera positions for players next. Let me check this in. Get GUI. So this is send add sprite shift message. Remove camera position hack. Actually, there should be another one too. World is world. What is it called? It's not in this file. That I need. In world coordinates, that's what it is. Okay, so that's probably a bug right now if I move the main character. How is that being reflected back here? There's too many WebSockets open. Which one? I can't tell. These ones, maybe? This one. Okay, so how is it actually working then? Oh, because, no, wait a minute. How is that working? When I move to 0, 0, what's it telling me? Move to 6, 3. That is 6 minus 3. So why didn't it do that? I don't get it. Oh, that's sprite added. That's why. So if it's added, so the bug will be if I log out here and log in again. Yeah, then I appeared somewhere. They just offset it by 1. Yeah, I appear in the wrong position. So I can hack that out, right? So move me to a non-zero position. And then remove the sprite and add it. Okay. Fixed? Looks fixed to me. Okay, so that goes into the commit. That's part of remove camera position hacks. That hack... Oh, and I don't need that variable anymore. I don't use it anymore, so I can remove it like so. Move you off there. There we go. And then you move over here, and then reload. Cool. While I'm at it, let me remove these old tiles that got leaked. Destroy entity. What we got? 623, 624, 625, 626, and 627. Hopefully, I don't have any other leaked entities sitting around somewhere. I don't see any. Alright. Cool. Nice. So that's the camera hack. That's another camera hack. That's another fix. Also, well, let's unstage that and stage it separately. There's no also. Camera hack. Add sprite shift support. On sprite shift, pass in the information, and that's the backend work for it. Actually, interestingly, I am not seeing it if they're logged out. So how is that working? I don't know how that's working. I guess I'm just lucky. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Why is I thought without that code fixed that when I log out I should not vanish, but for some reason I do vanish. So it's working. I just didn't expect it to work like that. Kind of curious how it's working. Anyway, this was a fix bug in assuming tiles that move have labels. They don't always have labels. All right. Player camera centering, right? There's not strictly nothing I need to do to make it work. It should just work if the backend does the right thing, which would be to offset all of the coordinates for given the player's tile. Or do I need to add a camera for every player? Well, let me go to the movement system and see. No, the rendering system. How do I know who's who? How does the rendering system know who's who? Not sure. I don't think it does know. Actually, probably what I need to do is have every player have a camera entity. Then I don't need to have broadcast feedback. Everyone has a camera, and so we're tracking it all by cameras. That would allow me to have the character's viewpoint change when I want it to, right? So that's actually something I want to have. I know what I can do. I'll have a camera for every character entity. Oh, but right now the oh, this isn't gonna work unless the camera has its own coordinates. Which I guess I could do. So include the coordinates with the camera? That actually makes sense to me. Let's do that first. So the camera will have coordinates with it. So let's look for camera. So we need to put the camera. So yeah, this position is for the. Hold on, let me think about this. That position is used for. Yeah, the problem is I have two entities. I have one entity for two purposes. One is to display the admin where they are in the game, and then the other purpose is to define a camera, a viewpoint for the admin, so that their viewpoint is centered. Okay, so for the short term, if I add a camera to players, then the viewpoint will always be centered on their position. I guess that's fine for now. Yeah, actually, if I wanted a separate camera, I would just make one with its own position. Yeah, okay. I think I convinced myself the right thing. When we create a position, I need to, for a character, I need to also create a tile. And where do we create positions for characters? That's when they're created or they log in, right? This is, okay. Actually, here's a good place to change what we're going to give to you when you download your player info. We're giving you your position and your tile. What else? Do I want to include the camera? No, no, we're not going to include the camera. Because that's really just, the camera just marks that the entity should be given rendered sprites. So that's not a persistent thing. Okay, here's where we bring them out of the logged out zone. So this is probably a good place to set the camera. Yeah, so we're going to do that here. Modify component camera. The delta will be the server and client keys. Will be the player server and client numbers. Server ID, client ID. And then this moves them out, so I guess I could destroy the camera at this point. So destroy component. Hold on, I might not have that right. Let's search for that. Hey there, Kinkomatics. How are you doing? Working on moving around in the world and not being trapped. And I have that for the admin now, see? I can move off the center, but normal users cannot. They're still confined. So yeah. I have now expanded my test world to include a little area down here that normal players can't see. And I'm working on giving that capability to normal players. That's what I am working on right now. Oh, that's interesting. The tile's not correct. I wonder why the tile's not correct. That seems like a bug to me. The entity number's correct, right? A reload fixes it. Let me see if it has to do with adding them. No, that's not it. Is it if they're already logged in and we connect? Is that where the bug is? No? Well, that's really odd. Whoa. Oh, that's because of the work I'm doing. Yeah, that's to be expected. Yeah, I don't know why. Another bug. Do the tiles get loaded when you walk to them? Yeah, so I fixed it so that instead of getting the tiles constantly sent to you, when you move, it does a shift. So it shifts the one it already told you about and then just tells you about the new ones that are no longer obscured. So as they come into view, you're told about them. And as they leave the view, they're removed. So I move south again, it's adding new sprites here and shifting all the ones around it. Is that how Google Maps works? Yeah. So we're going to I wanted to make sure that got the correct term here. Yes, ECS destroy component. What does it expect? A type and an entity. Okay. This one. Oh, why do I have modify component type? That's a bug. This should be destroy component. Let's go to where that is and add it. I probably have that bug in a lot of places, don't I? Modify, 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 modify. Modify. Modify, modify, modify. Modify, modify. Do I not have a test that tries to destroy a component? I do not. That's interesting. What about destroy component? Yeah, sorry about the dog. I guess I don't have a test for it yet. Oops. Camera. And then entity is, so we're going to destroy the player's camera when they log out. Which makes sense. And like I said, let's go back to searching for pause. That makes sense, yes. Search down here. We'd recommend doing like a 10 tile radius so you can allow the user to walk fast. Yeah, so another reason I need to do that easily is that later when I add light sources to the game, you the player might need to know about tiles that are slightly off screen in order to project light. If I do the light projection client side. I could also do the light projection server side and then I wouldn't have to do that, but yeah. So I do plan to do that. Yeah, we'll have light projection, we'll have occlusion. Eventually we'll have all these things. Okay, here we go to create... Okay, this is an obsolete function. I'm going to skip it. Player login. Okay, here's where I was before. We're going to... Actually, if they logged in, we're going to create a camera component, not just modify it. Create component. Now, is this the right string? Yes, so I need to say the type. And it will be component. So, okay, there we go. So we're creating the camera when they log in. And hopefully destroying them when they log out. And that's all I need to do. I did this right. Create component. Let's log in. There's log out where we destroy the camera. And then I need to remove all the code that broadcasts. So that's easy, right? Removing code is easy. Rendering system. Hey there, playing with Skizzers. How are you doing? You could do something like light source -410, and the client should render it without knowing anything else. But the problem is if it might know about the tiles that would obscure light that are slightly off screen. Sorry, I'll have to mute for a second. Sorry about that. Yeah, so if there's like a light at -410 and then there's a wall at -49 and you're at -40, you'd have to know about the wall in addition to the light source. So that's the kind of issues I'd probably run into. I would have to get not only the light sources but where all the things that would affect occlusion would go. I could do that, right? I don't have to send the entire tile. I could just send a list of coordinates of light sources and a list of coordinates of light occluders and have it calculated on the client side. So I think your idea we can do stuff with. Yes, so I don't need to do anything with login anymore. I think I can just delete this. Because now it's when the camera appears we do the same thing. I like simplifying code. What is this doing here? Looking at all... Oh, this is building the position index, right? Position index, yeah, it's building the position index. Okay, got it. So go through all the cameras, send new cameras the initial sprites, loop through all the cameras and give them shifting if they moved. Any new cameras, tell them about the tile sets. Then go through, okay, this, do I still want to do this? I wanted to use, this is going to go through all tiles in the world. I mean, I guess it's okay. It's going to add sprites that it doesn't need to add. No, I don't want to do this. What am I, yeah. What, how does this happen? How does this work with cameras? They're just all offset, okay. So broadcast with offsets only used inside this loop? Yeah. The reason why I was doing this, it's coupled with the fact that I had this sprite entities, is that if something popped into the world or disappeared, we can just send a simple add sprite message. But we don't want to do that if it's off screen for someone. Same thing with move. Actually, it's a little bit more complicated, right? If they move off screen, it's a remove. If they move on screen, it's an add. So for each of these instances, I have to loop through all the cameras. Essentially, instead of using this broadcast thing. Yeah, so we'll have to do this. Got to go through all the cameras. And we only add it if it's visible. So that means I need to get the position, which I have. Decode the position. Const auto x equals position x as an int. And the y. Okay. And then I need to see if it's visible, so compute the view x. X minus the camera's x? Right, if they're, let's say it's the sprite is in the world at 0, 0, and the camera is off to the right, so that'll be a large positive number. Yeah, that makes sense. So that's a y. And then it's only if it's visible, so only if the absolute value of view x is less than or equal to the max view distance, and vertically as well, then we'll do this. But it's not a broadcast anymore. It's we use the view x view y here. And not a broadcast. It's just this part of it here. Oh, and I need to add, okay, I need to add some of this stuff. So let's just plop it there and fix it up. Okay, so we can put that there. And And can I just do this? I think I can just do that, right? Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I messed that up. Want to do that and set the type to add sprite. Then put it into that JSON object. Okay, and then I can put I already put the X in there. So I don't need to do this adjustment. And so I can put this directly in here, right? Yes. Server client. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Let's see if I got it right. If it's within view, for every camera, check if it's within view, calculate the view coordinates. If it's in view, make a message, including that. And so there might be some redundant, I might be calling this a lot for every camera. I guess it's okay, it's an acceptable thing, because I don't know how many cameras might pick it up. If a tree falls in the forest and no one's there, does anyone see it? In my game, yes, it falls, but no one ever sees it. Okay. Hey there, Cthulhu. I was just discussing what happens if a sprite of a fallen tree is added and there are no cameras to see it. What do? We just, it still falls, it's just we never tell anyone about it. Generated fallen, yeah. It'll be an add sprite later when a camera comes into view and picks it up, is what'll happen. Okay, so the camera can see it. We encode the message just for them. We tack on the add sprite. We then embed it and attach the destination and feed it back. That looks good to me. So I'm going to need to do a similar thing for change, aren't I? So get its... That's if it's visible. I'll have to do a visibility check. Okay, yeah, we have the position. Can I just decode the position once? And then do this again. Down here. And say, only if it's in position do I do this stuff. I think that's what I want. But regardless, it stops being changed. At that point, and will ultimately feedback that we noted that it got changed or moved. Okay. Still trying to figure out if light in your refrigerator really does go out when you close the door. You're gonna have to get a wireless camera and put it in the refrigerator. That's the only way you'll know. Unless the refrigerator is crafty enough to be blocking your Wi-Fi signal because the government doesn't want you to know what happens. And then you might have to secretly put it in a video encoder, encode it, open the fridge, grab it, and before the government can EMP your house to ruin the camera, you got to download it and then spread it on the dark webs. And then we'll know for sure if the light stays on in your refrigerator or not. Sound good? Okay, so if a tile is marked change, we're going to go through all the cameras. If it can be seen, then we send them an update. Actually, in this case, I could pre-construct a message, right? I could do this separately. Why not? Why don't I just... I'll be, I could loop twice to see if it's visible, and then if so, construct the message and send it again, loop a second time. But maybe it's just better to be hopeful that someone will see it. And then if they can see it, we're doing this attachment of the, this bundling and attachment of it and sending it. So this stuff. And then this goes outside of that camera stuff like this. Okay. I think that'll work. Let me review. Okay, so if the tile's mark changed, make an update message. Include the tile set if it's in a member of a tile set. Go through all cameras. If we can see this tile, then send that the client attached to that camera the message about it. Sounds good to me. Ah. Why do I have this flag? I don't know. What was this for? Oh, tile delta is set up somewhere else, right? Where is it? Where's tile delta declared? Oh, way up here. Okay, so yeah, if we haven't yet set it, so this will actually always be false, but it's so that I can change the order of these and not get screwed up. Okay, that's why. Is she small enough to sit inside the fridge? And she might be mind wiped, you know, Men in Black and all that, once she finds out. So it's that won't work. Modified tile, okay. Okay, and then the last broadcast is the remove sprite. We only really need, okay, hold on. The move. I didn't do the move yet. Okay, so the move is tricky because it's if they could see it before and now they can't see it. If they couldn't see it before and now they can, or if they could see it before and after. So I need to know the previous position of it, don't I? Well, that's gonna really suck. How will I know what its previous position was? Oh, shoot. This is gonna be a tough one. For every camera, I have to remember if it was given or not. I think that might be why sometimes, actually, I think I can recreate the bug now. If, how would this work? If they weren't visible before and then they move on camera. So if I move off screen, and then move on screen. Yep, there it is. So it's getting a move and not an add, and so it's like, oh, I don't know what tile to use, so it just uses the default one. The only thing I can think of is if I track its previous position in the same component. So if when you move, that we store the last position. That would be the movement system. So let me bookmark that position. And we go to the movement system. Yeah, we'll have to, so, yeah. When we move, we'll have to record the old position here. So, OX, I get OX, old X, and that will be the previous position. I guess that's position X. Let's cache it. OX, ox, OY, Y. Actually, then I can, what I can do is if they can't move, then we can skip it. Right? So don't modify, okay, no, I do want to modify the input component always, but not the position, and not the tile. So it's if X is OX and Y is OY, and just continue. Makings of a hero. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? How are you guys doing? I'm working on a game, for those who haven't seen this before. More notes about it here, or you can log in here. I don't think anyone's actually online right now. Because, oh, Cthulhu is. I don't have much to my game yet, but what I'm inspired from are old games like the Ultima series. So it's those old games were featuring pretty retro 2D tiles, pixel art, and it kind of looks like my game. And here we have multi-agent who's logged in and moving around. So I have this multiplayer hosted in the cloud somewhere in Amazon, and you can log in and select an avatar and move around in this little space. This little space is brand new, so I'm working right now to expand the space. There's in-game chat, and that's about it for now. So yeah, today I've been working on expanding the bounds of the world. So right now, normal character here can move around, but still confined. And I had just added this ability where the admin can move off. There's a little bug where I double the camera offset, but essentially if you ignore the tile, you can see that there's more to the world than this character can see. And yeah, there's some display glitches right now because I'm in the middle of changing stuff. But I'm working on adding that right now. The bugs are kind of interesting. The double camera offset causes it to be twice, the offset of twice where it should be. Oh, thanks, Andre. So I'm doing all of this from scratch. I've been working on this since November for this game, but all of the precursor stuff that led into this I've been working on since June and before. So this is a combination of technologies. So in the browser is what I call the front end. This is using phaser.io for the graphics. And then for the user interface panels, it's React and Redux. And in the backend servers, it's all C++. So the architecture is pretty simple. From a top-level view, there's just your client connects to one or more servers that's running in a cluster. These servers each have a copy of the game. They're talking to each other to stay in sync. And there's another orchestrator program in the back, making sure that these all stay running. If any of them stop, it starts them back up again. So here's the production servers. There are 3 of them. One of them is the leader of the cluster, and I'm using the Raft consensus algorithm to keep them in sync. And so if any one server goes down, the game continues, and you can bring the server back up, and it rejoins the cluster and catches up. So let me know if you have any questions. Did your raid wonk out again? No, your raid worked. I did not see any messages from you, though. I just saw that you were raiding, and I didn't see anything from you until just now. So you'll have to repeat the message. I'm sorry. I just see that you raided, and that your question, did the raid wonk out again? So yeah, anyway, working on expanding the bounds of the world today, and if I get to it, which I probably won't because I'm almost out of time, I wanted to add attributes to background tiles like the water, so that you can't walk on water like what Cthulhu here is doing. You'll get blocked unless you have the ability to swim. So that doesn't exist yet in the game. It's really just background wallpaper, so to speak. There's nothing in the game that checks for collision between a character entity and a background tile. So I'm working on that too. Twitch raid messes with you so often. You send a message. All it said was that your stream went well. Don't think the graphics on the tiles last time you saw. Oh, okay, your stream went well. Cool. I probably did not have graphics on the tiles last time, so I have that now. I can actually paint the world here. So if I wanted to be merciful, because since Cthulhu was drowning, I could put a little platform out here. There we go. Cthulhu, you're saved. I could even be as gracious enough to make a walkway back to shore if I wanted. So Cthulhu would have seen that, and anyone who's logged in the game would see that too. And if I decide that I don't want to be merciful anymore, I can strand him out there in the ocean there. So that's working now. I can add tile sets. If I load the graphic into the front-end content distribution network, it'll pop up here, and I can click on tiles and click in the world and modify that. Each of these tiles is an entity in the game. You can see when I mouse over it. They all have a serial number, and whenever I can delete them by right-clicking. I'm destroying entities in the world when I do that, so when I mouse over, there's no entities there. And if I were to paint water back, those are all entirely new entities now. Your character is also an entity in the game. For some reason, the mouse over doesn't show it though. Oh, that's because this is a bug I fixed, but I haven't pushed into production. The pop-up doesn't know that he's moved over to here. So he starts out in the center. He's 1932. He moved over here, and the pop-up doesn't know it. And there's Irish John Games. Hey there, Irish John. So see that when he moves, Irish John's moving off into the ocean, but the pop-up still shows him as being in the center. Anyway, in the test build, it works. I can mouse over and see them. Although there are other bugs. So I'm working on those other bugs right now. So right now I was working on when a tile like a player's character moves, we need to remember where they were and record their old position, because otherwise if they move out of view and they move back into view, instead of doing a modify sprite, I have to do a remove sprite when they leave and then an add sprite when they come back into view. So to know whether that transition leaving or entering the camera's range happens, I need to compare the old position and the new position. So I need both data sets to be available. So I was just updating the movement system in the game to do that. So movement system translates input requests to move into coordinate changes in space. So WASD keys are what I map everything to. You can also use the arrow keys or the arrow buttons in the game. But in the server backend, it ultimately comes as a character, WASD. Translate that into a delta position. Take the old position. Here's the artificial wall I have right now where you can't move out of screen. So I'm going to be removing this in a little bit. And we asked the entity component system to please modify the input system to say we moved. The movement now is on cooldown. So here's the cooldown rate. You can move 4 times a second. Literally that number controls how fast you can move in the game. And then if we didn't change position, we're done. Otherwise, we're going to modify our position component and say we're moving to here. We used to be there. Also, we're going to mark the tile that we moved, which actually I don't think I need that anymore. I can just compare these positions to know if it moved, right? Would that be more efficient or less efficient? Yeah, if they move and no one's there, like if a tree falls in the woods and no one's there, does it make a noise, right? If something moves and there's no camera to pick it up, then does it matter if I set this flag to true or not? I don't think it matters. I'm going to remove this. I don't think I need this key tile moved anymore. I'm just going to remove it. Kaboom. And then I don't need to do this at all. It's essentially moved into the position component now that we remember where it used to be. And actually, hold on. Actually, I don't want it to set these. I want it to read them. I don't want to set them here. I want the rendering system to set them. That's what I want. So we're not going to modify them here. Okay, yeah. I've convinced myself I don't want to have them moved, and I don't want to set the old position here. We're setting them after we render it. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. Okay, so that means we don't need this flag. This is if it's marked as moved, so I don't need this anymore, do I? We're going to loop through all of them and see if they moved. Changed we'll still need though. So let me just comment. I'm going to need to move some of this elsewhere. But it doesn't belong there anymore. Okay, and this goes away. Oh wow, I have a lot of places where I did this. Okay, I guess we're going through all of them and removing them. Where is this? This is that we expect it to be... Okay, yeah, no longer expecting that. Removed. We're just striking them wherever they exist. Eradication mode. Still need the change. The changed flag is if you change your nameplate. It's not a move, but we want to tell the all the cameras in the system that, hey, you need to change the nameplate overhead. Yep, that goes. I've kind of been cheating a little bit today and not keeping my unit tests up to date. Mostly because I want to see some progress, and the unit tests I think need to be refactored a bit. It's been slowing me down recently to constantly keep them up to date. So I think I need to refactor them. Okay, what is this system doing? Changed and moved. Okay, yeah, don't need that. I can just mechanically delete it all, really. It doesn't exist anymore. It's like it never was. Three more. 1, 2, 3. Yay. Okay. All right. Now back to the original problem. We're looping through all tiles. We see, does it have a position, and is it in the default zone? Oh, that's why when we log characters off, we don't see them anymore. Oh yeah. Okay. Right. We're tracking the sprite. If we knew about it, no, if we didn't know about it before, we're adding it. If we knew about it before, then if it changed, we're updating the tile. Okay, so the moved... Right, instead of looking at the move, we're going to look at the old versus new. So that's what I'm going to do here. So we need to get the old and the new position. Similar to getting Similarly to getting the new position, we'll get the old position. So at first there won't be an old position. So let's have another flag. Had old position. This is to grandfather things in, right? If position has an old X, we'll say, okay, it has one. So let's old X, old Y. and then remove the const autos from here, there, and then has an old position is true. All right. So if either it didn't have an old position, had old position, or it moved, right? So if actually it's if old x is not equal to x or old y is not equal to y, then it moved. It either moved or we're just going to assume it probably moved because we don't know what its old position was. And right, I'm going to want to feed back another modify, aren't I? Yes. This is the old code. We'll keep that around. So I want to modify the position component of the entity. The delta will be, we're going to record what the last position we saw here as old x. But it's not the previous old, it's the new x. So that the next time we run through, basically we're seeing, this is what we saw now, and the next time through, we'll compare with what we saw last time to what we see now, which is this. And that works, I think. So the very first time the rendering system runs, it'll definitely set these. It'll only set them again if it changes, which is exactly what I want, right? Yes. Okay, so if it changes, now here's where it gets tricky because it depends on if your camera can see it or not, and if it crosses the edge or not. So that's this junk. We have to go loop through all cameras, and we're calculating two different things, right? So there's the old view x. Let's just call it view ox. View old y. So you can either see it now or you used to be able to see it. If neither is true, it doesn't matter, right? Can I go? Okay, see you, John Mego. Oh, that was 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry. I got kind of caught up in what I was doing. Akame Kurosaki, how are you doing? Oh, okay, so this first means can we see it now? And this one will be we used to be able to see it. Let me reduce these to booleans first. Const bool could see it is looking at the old position, and then can see it. I screwed that up. There we go. So if could see it, else if can see it. Oops. Okay, if we could see it, now if we can see it. Otherwise, if we could see it. Otherwise. In here, it's going to be a move. Here, it is going to be a remove. This is going to be a move, and this is going to be an add. So can I combine these two? Yes, I can say if... Wait a minute, no. I can never get into that, right? Because this else implies that that's false, so it's always an add. There we go. That's the logic. Thanks for the follow. What's boppin'? Looking at making a game. So there's a link to more information about it. Here's the link to log in. You can't do much in the game, but I can show you what you can do. You can, okay, no one's logged in right now, but when you log in, I can show you in the test environment. When you log in, you can pick what you want to look like. And I've been meaning to remove that. That's sort of annoying. But you can pick what you look like. You can move around in this little game world. The world isn't very big yet, but I'm working to expand it. And it's multiplayer, so here's the view from another perspective, from the administrator's viewpoint. There's also in-game chat, so I added that last week. And I'm currently working today on expanding the world, so introducing cameras into the game and having the viewpoint change so that you're always shown in the center, and then as you move, the world will move around you. That's what I'm working on right now. 3 levels deep in indentation, my code is screwed. Well, that might be the old Linus Torvalds, where he would make absolute statements about, like, well, you're totally an idiot, or you're totally a genius, and it's all black and white. I understand the sentiment that if you get this level deep, you probably need to refactor, and I agree. This code is in desperate need of refactoring. But today I'm working on functionality at the expense of breaking some of the rules temporarily about code complexity. So I like to get stuff functional first, and then go and do a refactoring day or two, and that would be the target, yes, to reduce the indentation down by breaking this up into smaller functions. And yeah, it does cause a lot of bugs, and I have some interesting bugs today. I kind of struck a balance between writing code that's clean right out of the bat, which takes me longer, but has fewer bugs, versus getting something quicker, then I can maybe learn that, oh, my design is wrong to begin with, and then I could actually save some time. And sometimes you get it right even when it's dirty, and then the refactoring you can postpone till later, which is because I'm lazy. But I kind of try to strike a balance between attacking the bug or feature that I'm working on versus how much am I going to keep it clean. No one's perfect. I'm far from perfect. Okay, so the elements of add, remove, and move are around here. I can just copy them, right? This was update. Is that what was it update? Move, no, it's move. Add, remove, and move. So where's the example of an add? Here's an example of an add. Here is an add. Again, a candidate to be another function. Right now I'm just going to copy pasta it. And I think that is all I need. So remove is, or move is similar. A move is ID X and Y. Okay, so it's there's no function to do it. It's just built into this thing. Like that. And uncomment this stuff. Alright, so type move entity X, and it's view X and view Y, actually. The type is built in, so I don't need to do that. And I think I'm done. And then remove. Where I have an example of that somewhere. Down here, maybe? Is it a remove? Yes, this one. Okay, it's just entity, so I can copy paste the move. So remove is to say remove sprite. This one, right? Yeah. And then there's no position anymore. Okay, I hope I got this right. So if something moves, for every camera, figure out if we could see it before and can we see it now. Depending on the combination of those booleans, the sprite either moves, removes, or add for that camera. Sounds good to me. And then after we're done with all the cameras, we record the position that we just informed all the cameras about, so that the next time we can see if it changes, and then we can reevaluate. There is one problem. What if the camera itself moves? The camera itself moves, then we already take care of the add, remove, or shift. So it's already taken care of. I don't need to worry about it. Okay, let's just try this out. If I get to a good stopping point, I'll probably call it and continue the work tomorrow. Because I usually try to just go for 4 hours. And then take a break, eat something. Okay, rebooting the servers again. So it should come back up. Hopefully. Took a while. Oh, why are we having server timeouts? Huh. Does it have to do with what that code is doing? This is a bad sign. This means some server's taking forever. Don't know which one it is. They're all competing with each other right now. Let's start them all over again. What's going on here? Okay. It's all unstable right now. Let me do that. Kill them all. Got to go? Okay. Thanks for stopping by. Probably screwed something up when I changed with my changes. Let me get the servers back into a stable state. So a trick that I can do is I can go to the stage here and I can just delete the game journals. I gotta delete 10 game journal, delete 11 game journal, delete 12 game journal, and then copy 10's game snapshot to 11 and to 12. Then restart everything. So hopefully it should start with without having stuff. Oh no, there's still timeouts happening. Huh. I wonder if there's an infinite loop somewhere. Okay, let's try that again. Delete the journals, overwrite the snapshots. Actually, before I overwrite the snapshot, let me fix the snapshot. I'm wondering if it's one of these old components that's screwing things up. So I'm going to go into the game snapshot. And I'm going to edit away the camera. I'm wondering if it's the camera that's the problem. So I'm deleting the camera component. So that's entity 787. So I'm going to just delete that camera. And that camera entity, which is an admin connection. Right, so we're blanking out all the temporary entities. And the rest is just, okay, there's a user logged in. Oh, but they're probably not logged in. Well, it shows that they're logged in, but there's no camera entity for it. Okay. Forgot to remove a trailing comma. I did. Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you, Playing with Skizzers. I appreciate that. Alright. I'm going to do the only responsible thing right now since it's unstable and make a backup copy of it. So, because I have this command to do restore. Where did I put the backup? I put it on the stage. Yes, so I'm going to take the current game journal, the game snapshot, and put it back here as the backup. Oh, backup journal? I need a backup snapshot. Okay, this won't work. Well, I'll call it backup snapshot anyway. It's just that restore script won't work. That's okay. Anyway, we're going to copy it to 11 and 12. This is why you have test environments, so that you can totally screw things up and it doesn't really matter so much. Okay. Oh, no, we're having timeouts. Oh, one of the clients is still trying to connect? No, it's not. That's the real game. Who's connecting in? I don't get this at all. And I have a crash. I can connect to see that crash. Let's see it. So it's instance 10 that crashed. So I hit retry there, and there's the crash. Oh, vector out of range. Sweet. Ooh. That's a bad bug. That's in the raft algorithm. And append entries. Term 385, success true, match index, okay. What's going on here? What's this someone trying to connect in? Some kind of connection is coming in. It's like, I wonder if the browser is doing something in the background. Let me close all of Chrome. Start over. And let's clear this and start over. There we go. I'm still having timeouts. It's like there's an infinite loop somewhere. That's probably what it is. It's probably an infinite loop. I can just look at my loops really quick. What would be the best? Looking at the differences in Git? That shouldn't have done anything. That would not have done anything. Hey Adam, how are you doing? I got a bad bug right now. I have some kind of infinite loop in the backend, which prevents the servers from working. Good thing it's in my test environment and not in the production. So one of these changes I made must have screwed up the server horribly. I'm looking for an infinite loop. So I added some loops. Loop overall cameras there. I mean, they're not infinite loops. I don't know. What if I approach it from using my test framework? I know a lot of the tests I have broken them though. I guess that's what we'll do. Run the unit tests. So Adam C. Eunice is a great pixel artist and streamer here on Twitch. You should check out his channel. My time usually starts 8 p.m. And he's in Australia, so for him it's earlier, but in the next day. So for him right now it's Thursday. So happy Thursday, Adam. He's working on a game in Unity called Insignia. I have a broken game right now. I've tried to fix it. Yeah, okay, something is fundamentally screwed up if these things are failing. How come I can't even see the message here? It failed on this line here. It did not receive any message. I'm looking for one that gives me a little bit more hint about what's going on. What did I change? I just changed the entity component system, so I didn't think that that would cause the server to completely crash. But I can take one of these use cases and step through it and see what's going on. So this one says that we never got any message back for logging in. That's actually a pretty complicated use case in the internals. Can I pick an easier one? This might be simpler. Well, that's the same, it's the same problem. What does this do fundamentally? It sends a message to the game saying, I want to log in, here's my password. And then I don't think I'm going through that. So the next step would be, it simulates that a login event happened. So I guess we can step through and see how far it got. Lost my anchor. Okay, let's put an anchor here. Let's see if I can at least get to here. Debug, please. Okay, we got to there. Okay, so it's something in the publishing of the login event. So probably this, right? So that comes back to this module up here. Authentication, I think. Yeah, on login executed. Here. Go. All right, we got the command. Announce the player change. We're doing an unsuccessful login. Is it in here? Yeah, because here's the message that we're sending saying, hey, you logged in. Okay, they're logged in. We sent the message. Oh, here we go. I bet hilarity will ensue here. I bet if I wonder if I hit go, if it's just going to get stuck. Yep. That's what happened. It got stuck in the ECS. So, it has to do with this login event. Let's see what I screwed up here. Okay, the only thing that really cares is the tile set system and the character system. So it's one of these two guys that's screwed up. So let's go back to my anchor point and redebug. And don't need that breakpoint. Don't need that one. Okay, here's the character system. You've been struggling all day with AWS's ECS? That's a different ECS. That's electric compute something, right? Or elastic something system. I'm talking about my entity component system. Okay, so it wasn't that system. Was it the tile set system? Is it this feedback delegate? Is that what's going on? No. So what is it then? Oh, it went past that. So it's not that, it's not the ECS at all. But it sent the login message, so why is it not getting it here? Delegate context. Oh, it did receive a message. What did it receive? It received a message that says type what is it? Login status. Oh, it did get a login status. Oh, wait. This was saying I expect 2 messages. Got it. Because now there's only one. Actually, there should have been more than one. No, wait a minute. That's right, there's no more camera at the start. So this, yeah, okay, so this is now a 1. That's why that test fails. So that's not, how come I can't edit? My backspace key is broken? My arrow keys are broken? What's going on? Something wrong with my keyboard. No, it's just VS Code. Now it's back to normal. That was weird. I've never seen that before. Okay, so that's not the what's failing. Well, I could always start over from scratch. I have it backed up. Let me just start over from scratch. So to start over from scratch is another script called do it. Execute order 66. Whoa. Couldn't, wait a minute. I saw something about it couldn't update something. Anyway, we started the universe over again. And, oh, I did close my Chrome, so I need to open it again. So we can connect. And the universe has been destroyed, so there nothing exists yet. So I need to add. Add didn't even work. That's troubling. Did it actually add a tile set or not? It did. It's just the feedback. I didn't get it. Anyway, let's fix it. This is background. Ping. Update. Okay. We're not getting back... Oh no, we are getting back the tile sets. How come this is not updating then? Oh, no, we're not getting an updated tile set. Okay, the tile set update is broken. That's okay, we can just refresh and get the tile sets back. Background. Let's put some water in the game. There, now there is the land. Now there is the ocean. Where there was nothing before, now there is ocean. Boundless ocean. I should have like a flood fill thing. Okay, it's starting to get really slow. Ooh, what's it doing? Is it just really slow? Yeah, that took forever. What the heck? Click. ECS action. Wow. Okay, now it's back. What happened there? I don't know. It got really slow for some reason. Now it's back up to speed. Okay, now let's create land. Yay, I have land. These aren't creating entities anymore. They're just updating the tile. Oh. I see a problem there. There are 2 tiles there. ECS destroy. Actually, if I just right click it, it'll do it. I wonder if that happened anywhere else. That's because of the lag. It probably, I clicked again in frustration and ended up creating a double entity there. Yep, that's what happened. Now here's the land. Oh, I have some more doubles and some triples. All right, there's the land. Now can I move around? I can move around. This is good. The land is formless and featureless. I think I am going to want to add a flood fill though. Okay, now let me with another client. Incognito window, sure. We'll create an account. New account. Chickens. Okay. There I am, but I can't see the world. Bummer. How come I cannot see the world? It should have created a camera component, so I should be seeing something, but I'm not. Anyway, I can test the things coming in and out of view now. So let me move. I move out of range and then onto range. Okay, that worked. So there's a new sprite there. Oh, wait a minute, no. I have to actually move it out of screen and then back on. Okay, the remove worked and then the add did not work. Oh, because I didn't click it hard enough. Okay, so it's sort of working. I can go off screen and then I can go back on screen. Okay, I should go ahead and unmask my character while I'm at it. Unmask, there we go. Okay, well that worked. For some reason the character's camera is not working though. Let me do a snapshot and see what's going on. Let's look at the snapshot. Yeah, there's no camera for the player. There's only a camera for entity 4, which is probably the admin. Admin. Yeah, entity 4. So who is Raimu right now? Entity 387. And interesting. Oh, I thought I got rid of all the moved. Oh, that's in the front end and we set the moved. Okay, I need to go back and remove that. Anyway. Yeah, it's not creating a camera for me. I thought I made that change, but maybe I just screwed it up. Could you upload an indexed image to the server that translates to a map? Might be easier to paint your map in a sprite using the pixels as tiles. That's a good idea. I like that idea. We'll give you some points. Which you can't spend yet, but maybe someday. Wait, why aren't you doing that? Oh, are you saying that that would apply to your game too? That's a good idea. Like, why put painting tools in game when I could paint in a sprite and then just import a map of some kind, right? I like that idea. And it would be a lot less back and forth with the server too. I'm bored of this landscape. Let's add some bushes and maybe this will be swampy down here. 'Cause why not? And then let's add some long grass around here. Just 'cause I can. Let's make a nice little walkway. There we go. Let me try to find out what happened to the player's camera. Although I'm way over time now. I'll tell you this. I'll try to fix the player's camera. If I can, then we'll call that a good stopping point. And I'll go eat. If I can't find it, then I'll be sad. Let's see. Okay, here's where we should have created it. Why didn't this work? I got something about this wrong because we're definitely logged in. Okay, one thing I didn't try is I didn't try logging out and logging in again. Yeah, I don't think it's creating a camera component at all. Let me look at the game's journal, actually. Journal. Okay, there it is. There's the Oh, no, there's a create component in there. Camera, entity 387. Did it just ignore it? What happens if I snapshot the state and look at the snapshot? Oh no, there is a camera. But I have the keys wrong. It's server and client, not C and S. Actually, no, this is the correct key. This is the incorrect key. Okay, I got it. In some places I use client, and other places I use C, and that's the problem. Okay, let's fix that. So, which one do I want? I want the shorthand, so I'm gonna search for the word server. And I'm gonna use the correct key here from key names. Key server. I know, I should have eaten 20 minutes ago. Key client. I want this players to not be blind though. That's important to me, you know, to not be blind. Okay, and then yeah, I'm reusing that key in other places. I'm not sure I like that. That's a temporary entity. Is it just that one place? No. So this will now expect it to be S. So where is it set to server? It's got to be somewhere here. It's not that one. No. Oh wait, I know. I know. It's in the front end. We create the camera manually in the front end for the administrator. That's it. So that is middleware admin camera. Here it is. So it's S and C. Shorthand. And then I gotta rebuild everything because the admin's now blind. Aye, we're blind. We cannot see. Okay. Did it build? Yep. Oh, I just blew everything away. I hit up arrow enter. That dropped the database. Yeah, so I don't exist anymore. New account. And there's nothing in the universe yet. And I guess that didn't fix the camera issue, but we'll work on this. Oh well. Yeah, the tile set doesn't exist, and there's some problem with the tile set update coming back too. So I'm having to do multiple reloads. So I got bugs to fix. So that update isn't coming back around, so I have to refresh, and then I see it. There. Now I can paint some background. I'm not going to do the whole thing again. Let's just do a little mini world. I'll just do that much of it. Yeah, that's all the land we need right now, right? It's a little bit of water. There we go, that's fine. I don't want to be blind, though. I want to find out why I'm blind. Should be able to move off. Oh, I'm not blind anymore. So on initial login, I was blind. Then on reload, I show up. Okay. Now, does the camera centering work? Ooh, that does work. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, but I still have the invisible wall there. I need to remove that invisible wall now. That's easy. I can do that. That'll be the last thing I do, and then I'll eat some lunch, and then I'll compile a list of what the bugs are that I need to go fix. So the invisible wall is in the movement system. Super easy to remove invisible walls because it's right here. I can just do this. Chunk. And chunk. No more invisible wall. I'm using stream elements. I don't know what the command is to add a command, but I'll do that for you playing with scissors. That deserves to be... Ooh, what happened to my notebook? I closed it. That deserves to be immortalized. Yeah. Be careful with up arrow enter if your last command was to drop the database. Okay, we're building. And then I think I just stop and start the server and now... Whoop, I just did it again. Oops, I did it again. That's okay. Chickens. So one bug is I'm blind at first until I reload. I need to fix that. Now I'm not blind, but there's nothing in the world. The admin is there. Hello, admin. Hello, admin. Why, hello. Okay, and then let's add tile sets. Oh, actually, oh, this is stale. Yeah, that's another bug. Oops, I added too many. Background ping is the asset, so then reload and I'll have it available in my arsenal of weaponry to make the world. Let's put ourselves on the land here. This is roughly what I had, right? Some stretch of beach, very grassy beach. Let's put some swamp down here, and maybe I feel like putting a walkway there. Let's fill that in a little bit. I already know that when I'm really painting, I'll either want to do what Adam suggested, which is paint in something else, some other format, and import it, or I'm going to want to have more hotkeys. Let's put the coast up here. Let's start making tall grass. Just something up here. That's enough for now. We'll paint the rest later. So, now, I should be able to move off screen and back on. Oh, look, I can move off into the void. I should be able to return. And the same true in the opposite. Well, if he moves to find me, I should see him and he should appear. Cool. Well, it sort of works now. So I need to go take that backup I made and try to find out what's wrong with it. I need to fix these other bugs, but I like this progress. I'm not ready to push this to production because the server crashing I saw. Unmask. Should maybe highlight the drops. That looks like a great idea to get some starter pigeons. I had a benefit of not losing it every time you drop the server. Well, there wasn't much data there to begin with. The only thing I had in the test environment was this and one other user, and then I hadn't really painted much beyond the original bounds, so I should just never do that in the production environment. Great area, not great idea. Great area. Oh, great area to get some starter pigeons. What's a starter pigeon? Cool. Well, I got one of my planned goals done. I have showing the character in the center of the screen and moving the world around them. And I sort of finished the admin presence. There were some bugs though. So yeah, I think today, after I eat, I'll try to fix up the bugs so that tomorrow I can focus on adding the collision mechanics. So yeah, very briefly, this is a system I've been developing for a precursor game before this, which seemed to work, is that have every component that can move have a mobility bit mask, and then all of the other tiles in the game would have an access component, and you will just and the two bit masks together, and if it's 0, then you can't move. If it's non-zero, you can move. So you can imagine all of these tiles would have the 1-bit set. The water would have the 4-bit set, and all of them would have the 2-bit set. So if you can fly, you can go everywhere. If you can move on the ground, you can move on the land. If you can swim, you can move in the water, and maybe you have both bits set so you can move everywhere. And we do the test every time the movement system does the movement. So it'll check to see if there's any collision by seeing if ending the mobility mask with the access field equals 0, then you're blocked. Tall grass is an area where you can run into Pokemons. Oh, really? I play Pokemon, but I didn't know about Pigeons the Pokemon. I thought you meant Pigeons the bird. I did not know what you meant by pigeons. Oh, so here you might go to find some Pokemon, huh? Might be hiding in that tall grass. Let me check a few other things while I'm here. If I flip these windows around. If the admin logs out, what happens? They vanish correctly. That's good. So let's get the admin back in. By getting the key in there again. Okay, so the admin comes back. The admin has no permanent presence, so we always reset the position to 0. Okay, the other thing to test will be to flip these things around, and if this player logs out, do I vanish here? Yes, I do. The other thing I'm kind of casually watching for is if there's any discrepancy in the tiles. I don't see any of that. I also didn't see any problem with the initial tile set. At least I didn't think I did. Let's fill these in obvious holes here. Yeah, so I'm gonna wrap it up here, work on some bugs after I eat, and then tomorrow hopefully get moved on to this collision mechanics. And I closed my window from before, so I've not been monitoring the real game. Let me do one final peek while we're still streaming. See if anyone's in there. No one's in there. And did anyone create an account today that I didn't... Okay, someone did. Let me unmask them. Name check. Close. Lock. Back. Nui opened a bug. Activate the browser's built-in spell checker for the chat so the players can correct their mistakes. Oh, that's a good idea. Give Nui a point for that. Nui for a ticket number 211. Good idea. All right. Anything else? Oh, yeah. So they didn't... That's a day. I'll leave that masked. That person picked a really long name that I felt was a little bit too outrageous. Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed watching today. I will be back tomorrow. 10 a.m. my time, which is Pacific time, or 5 p.m. UTC, which is Greenwich Mean Time on UTC, or are they one off? I don't remember. Anyway, let me go rate someone, and I hope everyone has an awesome day. Oh, hey there, Chris. Yet another awesome streamer, Mr. Sir. Shout out to Chris. He works on lots of web dev stuff, and he's also got his own gaming stream, so he's multi-talented. You should check his stream out. I think we'll raid Tim today, unless he's wrapping up. Let me check. Nope. He is playing top-down racing games for game development research. Talented gamer and talented developer. Multi-talented. Okay, we're gonna raid Timbade. If I could spell his name correctly. Here we go. Alright, so once again, everybody, hope you have an awesome day. I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Until then, see ya. Bye.